Evening.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I've learned that you spoke to Rachel.
Yeah. See, we were constantly in WhatsApp messages.
We'll talk about our future activities after this conference.
Yeah.
Siva, do you have hello, Alfred.
Hello, good afternoon.
Fine. Good afternoon. Siva, the lady at the office who is making the announcements of the speakers and the short CV.
Yeah.
What is her name?
She is a student of Professor Rao. She's there, sitting there. She's here.
Let me just get this.
T'as besoin de ça et pour avancer. C'est ça.
Is she there now?
Yeah. She's in that red thing. She's sitting at the extreme. She's here.
Okay, so she's there.
Yeah.
Hello, Prof. Rao.
It's okay.
Professor Phule.
Oh yeah, Siva, how are you? Fine.
Fine.
Yeah. Everybody is there.
Yeah.
No problem. And what about the first?
Yeah. Everything.
Session. Everything was okay.
Yeah. Everybody's fine. Everybody's
okay.
There.
Prof. Eve, at least we have you and Naomi.
Yes.
So if we have to start, we can start.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you want.
That is wonderful. But we wait for Prof. Rao just to call us to order, and then we will start with the session.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Professor Rao.
Hello, how are you, Paul?
Fine.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Naomi.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi. Hello, Alfredo.
You are not visible.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Kuje. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Prof. No problem. Ready for the morning or the afternoon session?
Yeah.
What
we
time
will
is
start
it?
in a couple of minutes.
Yes. No
in
problem.
India, it is still showing you have to wait for 2 minutes.
Always good. Also in Africa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because
also in Africa, overall in Africa.
Because we work with so many people from India, we have to give them a few minutes.
They are the new colonizer.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, how are you, Paul? What is going on in Europe? In UNESCO?
At UNESCO, I don't know exactly what happens in UNESCO. At Namur, everything is okay, but I don't know exactly how it works at UNESCO.
Yeah. Nice that all of us are here. What about others?
Prof. Rao,
Yes.
I don't want to mention it during the session, but I have a particular appreciation for the academic inputs to this conference, because even from your side and the side of Russia and Europe, there was also always this kind of, let's call it remuneration at this moment, where people put in a lot of academic work and hours, and then at some point they travel. They go to Paris or they go to wherever they go. And now suddenly we don't have that. You know, there's no other motivation except for the direct academic and scientific contribution that we must appreciate from the different participants. They do this because they are interested in the subject. They do this because they have a good heart as academics, and it's not about travel anymore, and it's not about nice wine and evening events in beautiful cities like Hyderabad and Paris. So I just wanted to mention this. Maybe it will be in the report to have an extra appreciation for the contributions by the academics.
Sure. So let us start this meeting today, the conference. So I welcome all of you to the third day of the conference. Now we will have the fifth session today. It is on information ethics. I request Professor Kuzey Bester to chair this session. Professor Kuzey Bester, he is coordinator for Information Ethics Network for Africa, Future Africa from University of Pretoria. He is a well-known expert, eminent scholar in information ethics, and he is actively promoting IFAP activities, IFAP programs in Africa in general and in South Africa in particular. So with this brief introduction, I request Professor Kuzey to start the session.
Thank you, Prof. Rao. I appreciate. I just want to mention that I'm not a serving professor. I'm too young for that. But thank you very much for the kind words that you've shared. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to chair this specific session on information ethics. Because information ethics is a relatively young science. It's a relatively young academic platform, but extremely important. If I remember correctly, it is on this side of the turn of the millennium that the big philosophers and the academics started to work on this platform to contribute to science. It started with the ethics of computers, and then later it had some other names, and now it is information ethics as it should be. Some people want to now change the focus to ethics of artificial intelligence, and maybe it is the same thing. Maybe we must not try to divide between the attention to information ethics and the ethics of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence work with information. Yeah. And if we then try to split these two discussions or these two platforms, we will find ourselves to exclude the human in the role of humans in the artificial intelligence. And I think our session yesterday addressed that challenge. So let's keep the research on information ethics ongoing, and let us try and include artificial intelligence, information ethics and self-control, information ethics in the world of work, as well as it was indicated yesterday, information ethics as part of digital wellness in the social media environment. So I'm very excited about this session. We're going to have 6 speakers, and we are from different countries. And we have the rules, as we are all aware. And the only rule that I will try and facilitate is the one on time. So thank you for the speakers who prepared. I already made a note of that. And Prof. Rao, if your office, your student, your kind student who are doing it very, very well, could please announce our first 2 speakers.
Yeah, we will, our office will display the slide and read quickly.
Thank you.
Professor Yves Paule, University of Namur, Belgium. He's the director of CRID since its onset in 1979. His key areas of research include privacy, freedoms and the information society, the internet and the governance. He represented Belgium at the recent Intergovernmental Discussion on AI Ethics, UNESCO Recommendation 2020. We welcome you, sir. With him, we have Ms. Naomi Bontrider, PhD scholar from University of Namur, Belgium. She is actively contributing at UNESCO's Information for All programs since September 2020. Her research is on the role of AI systems in the disinformation phenomenon. She also studies the ethical and legal implications related to the use of AI technologies by Walloon government and digital administration. You both are welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Paule. We listen to you. Thank you.
Thanks for the organizers for inviting me, and thanks to you, Gatsi, for this quite interesting introduction. So I would like to speak about the EU approach. The 21st of April, the EU Commission has published its EU proposal for regulating AI in an ethical and legal perspective. At the time where the UNESCO will adopt recommendation on AI ethics, I thought it was quite interesting to introduce this EU approach, not as a model, definitely not, but as a way for approaching AI governance. And it's in that sense that I would like to speak. So in order to understand this famous EU AI Act, I think we have to come back in April 2018. A European strategic plan was developed about the development of AI. And there are 3 pillars in this European strategic plan. The first one is definitively to take into account the fact that AI will deeply modify our way of life and the way of society is developing itself. So the first problem was to accompany social and economic change. The second one is definitely an economic desire. It was for the EU Commission the idea to boost AI development and deployment. And finally, and that's the most important thing and we will develop now, it is the idea that we need absolutely, in order to create trust among people vis-à-vis the AI, we must have an ethical and legal framework. And in order to achieve this third objective, this formulation of an ethical and legal framework, in order to achieve this third objective, the Commission has set up an AI high-level group of experts, and this high-level group of experts has decided to develop certain guidelines. I come directly to these guidelines, and these guidelines are funded on 7 key ethical or legal requirements. That's a strong mixture between ethical and legal requirements. And there's 7 key ethical legal requirements are now developed in what they call ALTAI. ALTAI is a sort of assessment list. I recommend the reading of this ALTAI. It's an assessment list for trustworthy AI. It means that it is the description of all we might achieve these 7 key ethical legal requirements. And I will not develop each of these ethical legal requirements, simply perhaps to underline certain of them. Human agency and oversight, that's very important. The idea is to have AI centered on human being, at the service of human being. And it implies, and that's very important, that human remain at the control of the development of AI. And there's a famous expression, human must be in the loop, human must be on the loop, and definitively human must be at the command. The 4th point, transparency is definitely very important because it means 2 things. The first one is definitely that we have to come to fight against the opacity of the functioning of AI. I think that's the main problem with AI. It functions, especially with machine learning system and especially with deep learning system, it functions opacally. And so we need transparency. But it means also the fact that the AI system and their decision should be explained in a manner adapted for the stakeholders concerned. It means that each stakeholder must be aware of the functioning of the AI system. Diversity, non-discrimination, and fairness, that's very, very important. And finally, I come to a point you have underlined at Gutsy. There's the problem of the societal and environmental well-being. That's very important, very, very important. It means that when you take into account the risk created by AI system, you must not only take into account the problem of civil liberties, individual liberties, individual freedoms, but also that you have to take into account also a certain number of societal impacts like the threats to democracy or like the threats to environment. And that's a point which will be very well developed by the European Parliament. I will come back on that issue. Accountability, that's just the fact that definitively enterprise which are operating AI or which are developing AI must be socially responsible of their creation. So we come to what has been done by the new commission, the famous van der Leyen Commission. I recall that van der Leyen has said that AI policy and strategy was at the core of the action of its commission. And she has developed the idea to have a sort of third way. Third way because what the commission would like to do is definitely to develop a strategy which is quite different from the American and from the China as the 2 main competitors of EU. They would like to have, as van der Leyen said, we want the application of this new technology to be worthy of the trust of our citizens. We encourage a responsible approach to artificial intelligence centered on the human being. And to do that, she pleads very, very strongly for having a sort of EU single market for data. Personal data and non-personal data. As regards personal data, GDPR is offering the framework which guarantees the protection of individual liberties of people, but they would like also to develop what they call the free flow of non-personal data. I just mentioned the European Parliament resolution of 20th of October. European Parliament resolution urged the EU Commission to take a regulation about the ethical aspects of artificial intelligence. And definitely that's very important. They underlines the fact that the artificial intelligence is not only a question of individual liberties, that's also, and that's very important for the European Parliament, the question of protection of groups and collectivity, and also protection of our democratic values. Okay, just last slide before to give the floor to Noemi. The Commission has deeply analyzed how to deal with the problem of the AI impact. And you see there were a certain number of options. The first option was self-regulation. The EU Commission say we do not accept the self-regulation option because it means that the model of self-regulation will be different, and definitively they fear the predominance of certain actors. Definitely, you see that they were focusing on GAFAM actors. The second option was not accepted also by the Commission because they say AI is not limited to a sector. AI creates the obligation to have intersectoral approach. The option 3 was retained. What is important? That first, it is the idea is to have a legislative instrument and not a directive, but a regulation, because they would like to hinder any margin of maneuver between the states, because they were fearing that it will create competition between the different member states. So they say we need a perfect harmonization. And the second point is to have a proportionate risk-based approach. It means that they find that the regulation must target not all the AI system, but only the high-risk AI system. And they take a very simple example with as regard the medical sector. You might have in an hospital an AI system which is facilitating the appointment of between the patient and their physician. That's not a problem that's not a very high risk system. But you must have also a very high risk system, for example, when you are using AI system for detecting serious disease. And in that case, you need a regulation. That's what the Commission has said. And now I give the floor to Noemi in order to explain how they face problems.
Thank you. So following the chosen approach, the European Commission published a proposal for regulation on AI. And this proposal is still in discussion for further improvements, but I will here give an overview of its content. First, regarding its scope, the regulation defines AI as a software that is developed with one or more of the techniques and approach listed. The listed techniques and approaches include machine learning techniques, but also logic-based or statistical, Bayesian, and optimization methods. The system must generate outputs such as content, predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing the environment it interacts with. The regulation does not apply to certain AI systems regulated under sectoral regulations. No, it does apply to that systems, but not to AI systems developed or used exclusively for military purposes. Regarding the territorial scope, the regulation is meant to apply to any provider or user where the system or its output is used in the EU. The purpose of such a large definition of the territorial scope is to ensure an effective protection of rights and freedoms of individuals across the EU. As introduced by Professor Yves Coulet, the regulation adopts a risk-based approach. There are different kinds of risks that AI systems may generate. There are individual risks, collective risks, as profiling does not only involve individuals individually, but also groups of individuals, and societal risks. Under the current state of the proposal, none of these risks are adequately thwarted. Further improvements are therefore needed, including regarding the societal risks of AI use. AI systems are indeed used for manipulating individuals, which is a serious threat not only for individuals' autonomy, but also consequently to democracy. The regulatory measures to be followed by the user or provider of an AI system are dependent on the gravity of the risk. Some risks are considered unacceptable. AI systems considered as a clear threat to the safety, livelihoods, and rights of people, they are strictly banned. Banned and AI systems are systems that deploy subliminal techniques beyond a person's consciousness in order to materially distort his or her behavior in a manner that causes or is likely to cause physical or psychological harm. AI systems used for social rating are also banned, and the use of real-time biometric identification system in publicly accessible spaces for the purpose of law enforcement are banned too. These last systems may still be used for one of the listed objectives, which include, for example, the targeted search for specific potential victims of crime. Some other AI systems are considered as generating high risks. Such systems are authorized if they are in conformity with a set of legal requirements I will further explain on the next slide. Are considered as high risks. Some of the AI systems covered under the Union Harmonization legislation, but also AI systems that are listed in an annex to the regulation, which can evolve. The current list includes AI systems intended to be used for recruitment or selection of candidates for a job, or AI systems intended to be used by law enforcement authorities for the detection of criminals. Other AI systems are considered as generating limited risks, and the regulation provides for specific transparency obligations for such systems. Are concerned by those obligations chatbots, emotion recognition systems, or biometric categorization systems, and deepfakes. Finally, the remaining AI systems are considered as generating minimal risks, and their use is allowed without the need to fulfill any legal requirements. Such AI systems include, for example, AI-enabled video games or spam filters. Codes of conduct can, however, be drawn and are encouraged in order to foster the respect of specific requirements, which can be the ones that high-risk AI systems must conform with. High-risk AI systems are subject to strict obligations before they can be put on the market. Those obligations must be followed by a set of AI actors. Adequate risk assessment and mitigation systems must be established, documented, and maintained. High-quality data of the datasets feeding the system must be ensured to minimize risks and discriminatory outcomes. The system must be designed and developed with logging capabilities in order to ensure a high level of traceability of its functioning. Detailed documentation is required, providing all information necessary on the system and its purpose for authorities to assess its compliance with the regulation. Clear and adequate information must be provided to the user to enable this user to interpret the system output and use it appropriately. Appropriate human oversight must also be ensured through several measures in order to minimize the risks. And the system must present a high level of robustness, security, and accuracy. The regulation supports innovation by promoting the use of regulatory sandboxes, by allowing the further processing of personal data for developing AI systems in the public interest under certain conditions, and supports small-scale providers and users. EU database containing information on standalone AI risk systems will be set up according to the regulation. Different entities must also be set up to ensure the effectiveness of the regulation, such as notified bodies. Such bodies are in charge of the conformity assessments for remote biometric identification systems. And I here specify that providers of other high-risk AI systems conduct themselves the conformity assessment of the system. National supervisory authorities must also be established or designated by each member state for the purpose of ensuring the application and implementation of the regulation. And the European Artificial Intelligence Board must also be established following the regulation. I don't continue to make. So the proposal is providing for important measures for regulating AI, but it needs to be improved in multiple ways in order to achieve legally and ethically trustworthy AI. Indeed, the regulation appears to treat fundamental rights as mere interests, as such rights are balanced with the goals of promoting economic activity and innovation. However, we recall that under human rights law, any interference with fundamental rights needs to be prescribed by law, necessary and proportionate in a democratic society. The list of prohibited and high-risk AI practices is not complete. And for example, any biometric systems use can pose significant risk for fundamental rights. Under the regulation, it is also taken for granted that a procedure for self-assessment by AI providers guarantees sufficient protection against the dangers generated by these technologies for fundamental rights. However, an independent evaluation of any rights interference is necessary. Individuals must also be granted rights, including information rights and redress and complaints mechanism. And the proposal also fails to ensure meaningful rights for public participation, which is necessary under a democratic society. As previously said, the environmental and societal impacts of AI are also overlooked. Now I let Yves Poulet conclude.
Yes, I will conclude very rapidly because I think we exceed our time limit. I think definitely trust is the key issue. We need definitely to ensure the social acceptance. And the social acceptance is not only a question of the ethical principle. I think it is not sufficient to enunciate this ethical principle. What is very important is to ensure that this key ethical principle will be enforced, will be really developed in the conception and in the development of AI system. And in order to do that, and I think that's very important in the EU proposal, they put in the emphasis on the way by which we absolutely need a sort of procedure, internal procedures, let me explain it, but internal procedure, but really a real open, multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholders evaluation of the risk incurred not only by individuals, but also by collectivities and by our democracy. What I would like to recommend is effectively that as regard major AI system with a lot of societal issues, and I list automated cars, use of facial recognition by law enforcement, genetic manipulation. That's really a big issue in the future. But for all this AI system, we need a sort of public technology assessment with the participation of all the stakeholders within the society. In that sense, I think the EU bet is to be supported. I think that the first element are present in order to ensure good AI system for the society. But this EU bet is definitely very difficult to win when you consider that the AI market is not dominated by EU players. So we will see what will happen in the future. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Eve and Noemi. I'm not going to comment on everything except your second last conclusion, and that is maybe we must request the UNESCO IFAP working group on information ethics. And for those of us who are not aware of it at the moment, Prof. Eve is the chairperson of that working group, and I'm one of the lesser members. So let me misuse this platform to request that that working group must be able to take the model, the European model, the Chinese model, the American model, and try and give us a generic model that can be used by other unions, global unions, global regions, and even countries where they want to not have their own, but to lobby for a system. So let's put that back on your table. Thank you very much for the two of you. We know that you are very senior role players in this regard, and we appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much. We're going to thank you. We're going to now ask Prof. Rao's office to introduce Anil to us, please. Prof.
Mr. Anil Rajamala, the founder of End Now Foundation from India. It's the Asia's first non-profit organization promoting internet ethics and digital well-being to maximize technology benefits while minimizing risk and negativity. He's also the co-founder for Disable Foundation. He is subject matter expertise in managing screens for healthy tech, life balance, cyberbullying, fake news, misinformation, propaganda, digital hygiene, online reputation management, digital parenting, privacy, surveillance, IT Act, personal data protection, and other digital well-being areas. You're welcome, sir.
Anil, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, professors. This is Anil. And today we are going to present about in terms of consent and data, why it is very different and how it is related to the ethics. We will also talk about some cause-effect solutions. I brought in some sample data for us to analyze the good and bad part of it. And we also present to the team about our recommendation in terms of how the consent can be better. I am from a civil society. I'm not from academia. So my narrative viewpoint would be slightly different than all of you. So I would present the situation more from functional standpoint. And this is a very comprehensive debate about, in terms of the talking about the consent. So I will take the slides a little faster than the regular and try to ensure that the whole viewpoint has been presented properly. So the perceptions have been changing because of technology adaptations. We have seen how digital age is creating a lot of hate mongering, how devices are hacking happiness, I mean, there's very famous saying that, kids are not able to hold pencils, they're better able to use the smartphones. If you look at the revenge porn going to school, the whole sort of narrative and viewpoint, Venkat. So the entire narrative and viewpoint is completely being changed because of the consumption of the information that is available on the internet. And just to go before we start, we'll talk about the digital growth indicators right now, wherein from the Indian context, the Indian population is around about 1.3, which is 34% urbanized, from moving from villages where they're coming to cities. A mobile phone, of course, is 1 billion. There's no change much from 2019 to 20. Internet users is around about 50%, 686 million. Active social media is 400. This is only January 20 and 20. I'm sure by 21, it has been increased by, I think, 39 plus another 3. I think 42% is increased. If you look at the overall mobile phone connection, it has dropped. Internet has been increased by 23. Thanks to COVID. COVID would have been in 2021. I think it is more 19% more increase in internet users. And active social media from 19 to 20 is plus 48%, which is 130 million. And you can keep on talking about these statistics, and average spend time was moved from 4 hours 30 minutes to 6 hours 30 minutes. So year on year, the consumption of technology is being very high. And unfortunately, India is the world's largest democratic country. We don't have a privacy law, just like a GDPR what we have. And this is causing a great concern. So everybody talks about privacy, but I would like to present the narrative on consent. So definitely technology is a great blessing for all of us. We've been getting a lot of benefits. We will speak about positives and negatives and come up with the recommendations at the end. And you look at it, so this is how the internet usage has been made. Almost like 26% increase in internet consumption from 19 to 21. Probably in this COVID in 21, I think it should be more. We do have the statistics, but it is not being officially displayed from wearesocial.org. And if you look at the online privacy and well-being, people are very worried. If you, in comparison to 2019 and 20, there is more voice. 71% of the people who have actually expressed that how their data is being actually, it could be personal information, identifiable information, non-personal, non-PI, whatever is the classification, but people are really worried about it. And people, the awareness is also started. They're trying to block in some form of fashion, ad blocking, cookies. So people started using new browsers, Brave, DuckDuckGo. I think the whole sort of people started using features like as soon as they close the browser, the entire information should go in. Just to keep on a lighter note, that if and my wife are having an argument, both of us get the lawyer advertisements. So that is the level of situation right now which we are into, and information is being not properly used. It is used more in terms of the business benefits, and sometimes it is unethically it is being processed, and and it is being commercially used. And when consent, of course, we are in screen age, iron age, bronze age, everything is completely gone. What is consent? Consent is trying to tell something about yes or no. What is that? Is the data. So how do we take better control of our lives? What is this big deal about data? What could data do for us? What is data ever done for us? And whose data is it? So these are some questions that we need to ponder upon. And and we always need to question ourselves, how do we take better control, and who, when, what, and how we can control what is information I'm searching, where do I go line, who I connect with, what do I see. I mean, the whole sorts of things will come into place. And as I told you at a lighter note, that if myself and my spouse are arguing, we are definitely getting an advertisement for diverse lawyers. This is the level of information which is available. Social profiling has gone to a next level. So people are not looking at portals to give jobs. People are looking at social media handles to get the information, to find out the character of the person. Marriages, everything is looking at social media, and data is processed without the consent of the owner of it. So this is where it comes from. And consent means in terms of trying to, a specific permission for something to happen on an agreement is nothing but a consent. So what is happening if someone gave you a photograph and it is appearing on the billboard? Nobody looks at it. And I don't know, there is a Face app. There was an application where people uploaded their photographs and it changed your faces from from looking from 16-year-old to 50-year-old to 60-year-old. So all sorts of AI is being used. There's a wonderful discussion which happened in the past, just before my session. It is completely misused, and nobody looked at it, understood what is the impact of it. And if you look at in fact, we applied for a PIL in Supreme Court of India. It has been annulled because our prayer was incorrect. But if you look at their agreement, the entire data which has been uploaded on Face app application, you do not even have the right to go to the court. They can process it, repurpose, and they can sell it commercially. So nobody knew it. Nobody reads the agreement. It's a 100-page agreement. People scroll it and say yes to it. The consent is not properly taken. And thanks to GDPR, there is some amount of happiness which is right now available. But unfortunately, when you try to process a website or an application, it asks if cookies have been accepted or not. If you say yes, then only the application works, because most of the applications are coming free of cost. So again, this is again, unethically people are processing our data. And the consent of connecting privately. So if I don't know some 100 people, I would definitely not go into the room. But people are just like that, added to WhatsApp group, without even asking, without even thinking. The consent is, of course, WhatsApp has a feature where you can, nobody can add you directly. Definitely, it is part of the GDPR, but it is not effective in Indian context. So when we do not like to sit in a group of friends whom we don't know, why are we getting added to a number of groups? The consent is slightly different when compared to online and offline. I would also give
Anil, can I just request, your slides are not moving on as you are speaking. If you had in mind that it must be that way, then can you please just check your settings?
Okay, you are able to see the screen right now having somebody holding a tab?
No, we just saw, we just see your very first slide.
Okay, do you want me to stop and reshare again?
No, it's not necessary. Just go to the slide that you
I
have.
will just stop it and I will just again reshare it.
Yes, and then we will put it on. Prof. Rao will put it on the website. There, it's better.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. You can continue.
Okay, absolutely. So maybe I'll just take to the brief slide. These are some slides that I actually changed up, and probably I apologize. I know I'm working from a Mac where privacy is of more powerful. Anyway, so we often, as I told you, that we do not tend to get into a room where we have unknown people, but we get into WhatsApp groups people add to us. Of course, WhatsApp has added a different feature for all of us to, confirm before we get into added to any groups. But most of the applications, 99% of the applications do not have the consent. They do talk about privacy, but the consent is not properly dealt with most of the applications. Probably you're saying some secret to your person. It is broadcasted outside, some information which has to be private, which is shared. He thinks it to be funny, but it is not funny. So all sorts of things are happening. The entire consent, which is becoming very different, which has to be offline, is very different from online. I will also give an example, lighter example, because most of you are elderly, but still give a lighter example. In India, it's a very conservative country. We are not easily can express feelings and emotions directly or publicly. Let's suppose that I'm traveling in a metro train and I find a beautiful girl with no negative intentions. I would like to say looking beautiful, but I can't say it offline. But it is very easy for an Indian to go online and tell the same girl that she's beautiful. And the same girl will reply to him saying that, thank you. Both of them may not have negative intentions. The consent is different. And we talk every time we teach kids, teens, and corporates that if the consent is going to be different, it's going to be challenging in your life in past, because your jobs, your marriages, everything depends upon what you write and what you present online. And what could be good to you may not be good to others. So the consent is something that is very, very different, which is not dealt properly, even in the GDPR as well. So we do not share telephone numbers. We never had. In fact, if you look at the past offline, online, it is very easy. You just add telephone numbers without taking the consent of anybody. It doesn't happen in the past. Of course, we are living in a different world. We had yellow pages right sitting on front of us. Now, privacy has a different definition. So there's no more yellow pages. I think in terms of sharing contact number, these are some habits. Why people do share a lot of information online. And why do people behave very different online? It's because of the past experiences, better online, love of sharing. He wants to do it first because he wants to be first. Everybody does it. It is culturally accepted. He doesn't even understand. And you feel that you are left behind. So these are all reasons, very, very funny and simple reasons people feel while they're sharing it. So what is this big deal about this data? Why you need to be worried? It is people think, I'm part of social media. It is just my photographs. It's just my likes and dislikes. It is beyond that. It includes what we do, where we go, sites we visit, what comments we make, what photos we set, what accounts we create. Right now, you look at you try to talk about buying a washing machine. I'm sure for the rest of the day, you're going to get any application that you open, you're going to get washing machines because the data is being stolen from you. It is not privacy. It is about consent. If I would like to give consent, I can give. I will tell you in a very kind of a different example. Like if I switch on my location, I can meet Professor Rao in less than 10 minutes because it guides me exactly where I should go. If I don't switch on the location, my maps will not tell me correctly. So I have to ask, and it would take me another couple of hours to go and reach Mr. Rao. So user convenience and privacy, you have to balance yourself. Unless we don't teach the difference between user convenience and privacy, consent, how it is present offline and online, there is not a established digital well-being within ourselves and the communities. So I think these are something, the challenges that everybody has to think in and look at consent very differently. Always we look at privacy, but we should also look at consent equally. And every minute, of course, you're all learned people, Google, number of searches, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, Wikipedia, unimaginable the kind of data that is being processed, how much money is made, how many texts are sent per minute, how many emails are sent, how many snaps, tweets, Google searches. I mean, it's unimaginable. YouTube, I think this is like 2018 or 19 when I prepared this presentation for one of the law colleges. It's 4.3, I think it should be more right now for a minute. So much of amounts of data is being processed. What is that they do? What is data actually done for us? So always we try to blame the technology companies as well, but there are a lot of greater benefits that we have also been accessed and used right now. And the choice is something that we need to be careful about. And you get a social media, definitely, but you also get a free cut, funny cat videos in exchange of your most valuable asset. That is nothing but your personal data. If your consent is not correct, it doesn't mean the website is stopping accesses. That is right now because of GDPR. All it is asking, yes, if yes, then go inside. It is not that, because the person cannot go anywhere because there is no other alternative to Google Maps. He has to go in. If no, then I'm not able to use it. It is incorrect. I have to give in choices, my consent level of choices. What is that I can give in exchange of the data that I'm accessing from there? I think this is something that we need to be careful. We always talk about privacy, but not the consent. And I'm trying to pick some slides fast. We talk about Google. What is Google doing? Very, very surprising. You see this Chrome, the entire history. You go to myactivity.google.com, the entire life, wherever you've gone, it will be mentioned there. Entire life. It would be a blunder that we would visit a girlfriend and wife comes to know when she visits myactivity.google.com. You don't know. YouTube, maps, everything you click. It's not only the private. I'm not talking about Google. Google is one of the world's best organizations. And Facebook also, there's something called as off-page activity, where hundreds of applications, whichever applications are using, they exchange the data with Facebook. Go to off-page activity. These are two wonderful world-class organizations who are at least telling that they're accessing the data. What is happening to other applications who are not even telling? If you look at solitaire game, or if you look at a scanner which you download from your App Store or a Play Store, you don't even, of course, App Store is quite security conscious. If you look at App Store, they're asking your telephone number, they're asking your photograph data, picture data, read, write, everything. Why is it required for a scanner to do all that? Unless just because it is free, you say okay to it and you get inside. So it's like you are given permission to steal data. I think this is something that as an intellectuals and academicians, we all of us have to think, is it right? And forget about not the private organizations. It's the state which does that. For example, in India, Intelligence Bureau, Narcotics, Directorate of Enforcement, Central Taxes, Revenue, everybody snoops at you. I don't know if you're aware, Hyderabad is the second biggest city in the world to having so many number of cameras on the road. You are not wearing a belt, it will detect your face, the fine is going to come to your home. If you are not wearing masks, the fine is coming to your home. We are in this world right now. It is the AI and ML are barging into your privacy, they're identifying. If you are not even wearing a mask, and you are snooped all the time, for good or bad. And of course, when you have more snooping, this, as I said, it is threat to democracy. Democracy becomes limited democracy, then it becomes autocratic, and of course, the rest of the society you can think about as an academicians what it could shift powers, it is criminal activity, it is diminishing citizenship, suspicion, paranoid, there's a division of society. There's a lot of unhappiness also because everybody is talking great about technology. There's no doubt about it. I used to take 7 hours for me to reach my parents to make a telephone call. And it was a lightning call, which is 6 times the cost of it. It took 2 hours. Right now, I don't even need to spend 7 microseconds. I have beautiful girlfriends on my phone, Siri. At home, I've got another girlfriend called Alexa. They call on behalf of me for less than 7 microseconds. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Technology has brought in a great amount of help to the society. But we have to look at the other side of the coin. Everybody talks about privacy. What about consent? What is the data? Why the data is anyway? What it could do? So let us also talk something good and bad, both so that it covers the gamut.
Anil, you muted yourself.
No, sir. I didn't. Okay, anyway,
Well,
sir.
there you are. You're back. Okay.
Yeah, unmuted myself. So it proves facts. It improves sports team. You can learn from mistakes. It is personalizing our experiences online. It improved our technology. This is something good side which has happened. The bad side is you could be stopped from getting a job. You could leave your personal information vulnerable to outside. You're categorized like a cattle. This can give milk. This doesn't can give milk. You're stopped from getting a loan or a mortgage. Anything can happen. This is because your data has been processed without your consent. And you are known by your data right now. So nobody asks your name in US. They ask your social status number. They don't even ask your name. So I think we have become more digitized than in the past. What is data that can do to us future? So there is something that we need to discuss about in terms of what is the negativity of the data is having and what is the positivity, data tricity and data tribe. This is something that is very, very important. And look at some examples in terms of everyone is microchip. You don't need to register for schools. You don't need to pay for things. You don't need to spend your time opening the security doors to log into your devices. Prove every time that you don't need to. All you need to have is a microchip. There's something you look at it as a positive or negative. It is up to us to decide. And fitness, the device probably it will track your movements. And sometimes the better part is your gym price could become little lesser, and your gym membership and health insurance also becomes lesser cost. This is something good and bad. You decide which one to do. And you don't need to have anything. You don't need to apply for a university, for a job, or an apprentice or anything. Your social media use, everything will actually tell you who you are and what you can do. This is the world that we are living into right now. And another example could be, you don't need to go to, thanks to COVID, you don't even go to supermarket to buy or for a shop. Your height, your weight, your shape, your taste, your skin, everything can be given, granted through privacy. And you don't need to go. Your fitting rooms are at your doorstep right now. I don't know if it is available in Europe or other parts of Africa. We have a facility called Lenskart, which actually makes spectacles. This one, you don't need to go. Everything is online. The AI ML is there. The platform is very wonderful. They have best-in-class facilities. I don't even need to go to shop even to buy any kind of spectacles or goggles or contact lenses. It is highly successful. Definitely, there's something positive around happening. So we need to decide to what level the consent should be given and should not be given, and how the data is processed. Of course, the GDPR takes about in terms of the data is to be processed. Caring devices, people can talk to each other. You can have a healthy, balanced life. Applications are there. Now we don't need to go to yoga. So a lot of things are happening. So good or bad, we have to decide. So how much is too much? And now we understood that definitely technology has helped us a lot. There's no doubt about it. But on the name, in the pretext of free, Unfortunately, India is the world's largest democratic country, and we don't have a complete privacy law. So there's a lot of difficulties which are coming. So we tried to give some recommendations. We also submitted our request to the Parliament around 2 years ago. They appreciated what we did, but we didn't get any response. So we created a model wherein we talked about how agreement can happen, how validation and audit should happen, how certificate and enforcement activity can happen, how interaction can happen, how the usage also can happen. So we divided into a 3-pillar approach in terms of the policy services, policy assurance services, and the entire presentation and the life cycle part of it. This is the model that we present, and also we you can look at this model in terms of how to define, how to map, how to design, how to build. I mean, I don't need to explain much about this. You could also look at anyway, this presentation is going to be given. So we wanted this entire piece of information to be embedded within the privacy policy law so that people have a better consent, which can be, you know, in the larger benefit of the society. So there is in terms of the reference model, where we talked about the core concerns of protection of PII, we have stakeholders, we have the domain, we have PMRMS services. We can also have in terms of policies, principles, the laws, statutory compliance time, giving some privacy controls. From this side, we could have use cases, we could have some architecture being defined, you can have technology. If all people work together, and that is the only way that this entire solution can come into picture. So it is not that a closed room academician or a civil society or an academia or technology people or law enforcement. No, everybody has to sit together. In fact, Professor Rao, under his guidance and his leadership, we created a digital well-being program where we just didn't speak from civil society and academia. We brought in technology, we brought in security experts, we brought in safety experts, we brought in cyber law, cyber police. All together, we came and we created a curriculum called digital well-being. So same way, when we are trying to create a privacy law, the consent management is something is very, very important. There's a lot of success that has happened in India, a success story, which I would just take a minute or so to explain, not even a minute, half a minute. So there is something.
Half a minute, please.
Okay, so India Stack, an example, India Stack is a set of technologies. They created an identity layer, they created a payment layer, they created a data layer. In the identity layer, they talked in terms of how is that the consent in terms of Aadhaar card, which is social security, eKYC, e-signature, which they talked about it. When it comes to payment, everybody is allowed to pay unified payments. Of course, there is something called as data empowerment, where consent, how artifacts, you know, all this can be taken. So I think we need to come out with a stack, not just, you know, the government itself has to facilitate in concentration with civil society, academia, technology, and investigation, so that, you know, it is not just privacy, but consent is something is very, very important. We are forced to say yes and get into the same rat trap again and again. Thank you all. You're all highly learned academicians. I'm from a civil society. My perspective, viewpoint, narrative is very, very different from all of you. But the larger interest is that we look for better approach to the society in terms of using technology. And as a tagline, we talk about promoting internet ethics and digital well-being. Thank you, Professor, for introducing me to such wonderful people. Thank you all. Thanks for the great time. And of course, I've interacted with all of you in the last conference. Thank you all. I'm pleasured and honored to be sitting amongst you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. We appreciate your view from the side of civil society or non-governmental organizations, even private sector. It's a very important angle that you bring to the table. You refer to democracy. Some of us are talking about the further research on what will follow after democracy. Will that be infocracy, where information will guide us? And I think you touched on that. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. As you're not a politician, I will not give you consent to say that all the ladies on this platform is beautiful. Leave that to me. I will say that whenever I have an opportunity to do that. Thank you, Anil. We appreciate it. Prof. Rao, if your office can introduce Prof. Ronchi, I would appreciate that.
Professor Alfredo M. Ronchi, Polytechnic University of Milan, Italy. He teaches at the engineering faculty. He's active member of WSIS, Secretary General of Medici Framework of Cooperation. He has published various papers on e-services, e-culture, IPR, e-government, e-health, and e-learning. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Prof. Ronchi, thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me share my screen. Okay, it's working properly?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the organizers, Professor Rao, and all the committee for this wonderful conference and the perfect way in which it was organized. So it's one of the, I don't say first time, but one of the few times everything is working properly, the connection, the timing, and whatever. I'll try to keep my timing shorter if possible to regain some more minutes. So basically, I will introduce a few aspects, starting from a very rapid overview on the cyber area. So the progress we did with a relevant acceleration, starting from the 50s, the 60s, and then all the different milestones came very quickly, one after the other. The pace was increased. So we have, of course, the dinosaurs of the computer era that were the big mainframes. Then was something relevant that was developed at the Palo Alto Research Center of Xerox, that was the Alto computer. First relevant innovation in terms of the interface, the object-oriented ones, and this concept of the computer for people, no more for scientists and for people dressing with a white coat, but citizens in general. An additional step in the 80s was the Dynabook. Again, the idea this time to have something portable, something small that was conceived in order to offer the opportunity to have much more quality time, trying to use this device as a support in our daily activity. In 81, we have the personal computer created by a kind of, let's say, rebels in Boca Raton, that was for some years not considered as something serious by the IBM Corporation. But then what happened and was really a turning point in the, let's say, popularization of computing was developed at CERN for scientific purposes, but soon became one of the, let's say, opening keys for the dissemination and the popularization of cyber technology. That was the web technology, conceived late in the 80s, 88, 89, and used by an increasing number of people before such kind of nerds or people connected with CERN. I mean, in 1991, 92. Then in 93, there was a relevant meeting in Germany, in Darmstadt, and this opened or paved the way for the further development of this technology that reached probably the apex in 1995 with the World Wide Web conference held in the US. Since that time, we know the motto from Microsoft, where do we want to go today? So this was the way to open the market and the computer science, let's say, to citizens. So the device that was for quite a long time, the realm of nerds and people fond of science and of course scientists became something that was on the table or even in the kitchen to check for the recipes or to browse the internet in order to know about the weather or about some news. So this was, I think, a relevant step. Of course, this caused some benefits and even drawbacks. For sure, the cyber technology is a new entity on the ontology point of view. Cyber data can be duplicated without any difference, or basically cloned and transferred on the fly through networks with basically no costs. And this created some biases and opened some ways to, for instance, to the fact that in the past, to reach a relevant number of people in the Middle Ages, we have heralds. Later on, we had radio stations and television, but from the down, let's say, of the internet technology, it was far and far easier to reach an incredible number of people thanks to the different means. Originally, the websites, before it was the time of Veronica and Gophers, but then later on, we started the era of social media. And this was a real revolution in terms of communication and the warp speed of transfer of data and information. Of course, the whole thing was conceived and developed in some real or virtual lack of legislation. So sometimes this was a virtual lack because even the old approach to regulation and legislation was applicable. Other times, this was not really transferable from the, let's say, real world to the virtual one. And we will see this caused some problems. Of course, the pervasive role of cyber technology accelerated in an incredible way the globalization process. And this was a shift toward uniformity, jeopardizing diversities. And this is one of the topics we dealt with in the previous 2 days concerning languages, concerning cultural models, and so on. And of course, blurred some cultural identities. This problem was in part due to the fact that on the other side of the problem, there was not associated a probable digital media literacy program. So basically, an increasing number, and we'll see this here, an increasing number of digitally divided people was able to use technologies because we faced a number of different let's say, user-friendly, let's call them, technologies. Basically, computers that were not perceived as computers, that are the tablets, are the smartphones, are the bracelets, and a number of different gadgets, including Alexa, that was mentioned before, that were in the domain of formerly digitally divided, or let's say, citizens without a specific knowledge in the field of cyber technology, or at least awareness about potential risks. So basically, cyber technology increasingly merged with any sector of our life. And this caused relevant changes, both due to technology advancement and the modification of user expectation and requirements. So we assisted to the shift from the idea to buy physical objects to virtual objects. So nowadays we buy software or we rent software online, and we do not receive a plastic box or a cartoon box with some books inside and some CD-ROMs. We just pay the fee and that's all. So everything is immaterial. And as I mentioned, okay, there was this shift in the end users. And this is one of the concerns nowadays. So the fact that people have not enough awareness about potential risk, but they continue to use and to pour data within the network, within the platforms. Users are overlapping more and more with citizens, and they consider technology and e-services like an everyday commodity to buy a ticket, to meet a doctor, to book a vacation, or even to access weather forecasts. So it's something nowadays that is part of our daily life. This is due mainly to mobile position-aware devices, home appliances like Alexa, IoT, that represent the most recent revolution link in this evolutionary chain. And they are perceived as something different from computers. This was something that was already checked by, for instance, France Telecom, that at the beginning of the use of smartphones introduced a device that didn't look like a personal computer. It was a kind of strange phone, a tablet, let's say big tablet. And this was a nice experience, a nice experiment in order to understand that trying to hide the computer, let's say, identity within a different shape with different approaches contributed in a significant way to break the barrier in between citizens and access to cyber technologies. And so nowadays, we use a number of different devices. Again, in the previous presentation, we heard about wearable accessories. We heard about our dresses that has a cyber tag inside, our wallet, our wristwatch, and the fact that our health information are transferred and accumulated somewhere in some servers. So we know exactly about our heartbeat, about our percentage of oxygen in the blood and our pressure and many other things. But of course, are, let's say, sold for nothing from us because we used to apply and download applications. We are happy to use for free an application as, again, as it was already underlined. This doesn't have a cost apart from the fact that we are the person, we are the one selling our data. And such kind of data in terms of big data later on will be reused, analyzed, and we will see later with another slides this specific fact. So smartwatches and so on. There's a, let's say, a relevant new entry in this part of the evolution of cyber technology that is represented by the software power of platforms. So we receive a number of benefits using and browsing the internet and accessing the platform. And this created a big boost to the globalization trend. So the fact that there are basically no regulations, no specific rules in order to run and manage such kind of platforms created a big monopoly that is still deeply influencing our society. Of course, the way in which they grown up is quite strange because a number of, let's say, tycoons in this field created such kind of platform without asking for any fee, any payment. And again, the merchandise we were selling were our data and the number of applicants or people using that platform. And this created some giants that are basically monopolists in the sector. We all know a number of them, and we usually access such kind of platform to book our travel, to buy and sell our goods online, as well to enjoy a number of services that were unthinkable before the use of the internet. And such kind of services will range in between very vertical ones, such as, let's say, the weather forecast in a specific location at a specific time that has a specific value, economic value, and is very relevant, for instance, for the organizer of the Grand Prix in Formula One, to general weather forecasts that are accessible for free to all the citizens. So this even opened or paved the way to another relevant innovation that is the one connected to crowds. So the wisdom of crowds and the opportunity to create public services that were unthinkable before the internet, based on the participation of a large number of people, such as the one dealing with traffic. So the idea to have advice about traffic congestion or many other things like the best price for gas on the highway and similar other things, apart from much more relevant crowd services. Basically, we can consider the platform as the real silver bullet that created major opportunities and real impact on society and economy. So it's for sure one of the key aspects. The problem today is that the fact that due to the lack of regulation of some gray zones, such kind of platforms are basically acting in a regime of monopoly. And they have the right, because they are owned by private people, to basically manage their own services as they prefer. And this we will see as a direct impact, for instance, on the freedom of speech, because our social networks or any other tool from Twitter to Facebook has the right to censor or to limit some of the opportunities offered to the members. That let's now focus on few human rights. There's a bunch of potential infringements or dangerous situations, but I will focus only on a couple of them. So,
Prof, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, okay. I try to shorten. Okay, the discussion about ethics was created a long time ago, but in 2003, on the occasion of the first phase of World Summit, there was a first meeting, relevant meeting about people, experts in this field. I remember still the room and the professor that was the leader of this group, and this generated the action line C10. Then there's the UNESCO IFA Code of Ethics and the US General Assembly Human Rights Council that issued long time ago some of the principles. To focus on one of the relevant points I mentioned before, there are some concerns about the freedom of expression and information. Internet companies turning into digital giants, moving from digital platform to digital private ecosystems, connecting not only the cyber or let's say virtual space, but even including some real physical sector of industries, and this created a monopoly and dominant position. There's a potential risk to fall under control of few key players in this field, in the field of information and freedom of expression. The aspect was originally outlined by some censorship actions, mainly due, it seems, to machine learning-based processes that decided to censor or to cut out from the communication channel some audio, some text, or some videos. But again, due to, as it was already outlined, the non-transparency of the functioning of some artificial intelligence methodologies, specifically machine learning, that is many times based on the neural networks that are kind of a black box. No one knows exactly what is happening inside. You have some sometimes unpredictable outcomes. And this, of course, is something we are really scared about. So let me switch. There's another problem that is connected and probably the opposite side of the first one, that is the so-called info obesity. So the number of inputs, informations we receive through the internet, that causes some troubles in order to understand which are the professional and the, let's say, relevant information and all the rest of the, let's say, signals that will be captured by the internet, and the transformation of the internet from a space for free speech as a free exchange of ideas into the tool that may turn in a kind of supervision and management and control of the information that will transit through the network. There's an increasing interest in fake news. It's more than 5-6 years we are dealing with this within the ITU meetings. And of course, again, we have two sides as usual. So on one side, the idea to try to intercept such kind of fake news. On the other side, the potential role of censorship if some commissions will decide if something is fake or not. And this is, again, an additional potential danger. In some countries, there was the idea to create such kind of committee to decide about fake news. Another relevant aspect is about the potential infringement of privacy. We have the GDPR, we have quite a lot of different rules and regulations, apart from India, as I heard before. But again, in general, we have to say that we have to say goodbye to privacy due to the incredible number of IoTs and video cameras, CCTV television, and then, of course, our body, that is our smartphone in our pocket, that is collecting information, asking for additional information. So, you know, it's very nice when your computer, your smartphone is asking what you did that day at that time, because it's unable to trace what you did in that period of time. He knows about the location, but he doesn't know about the purpose and many other things. And of course, we have incredible number of sensors and many other devices that are collecting information that then analyzed through AI or machine learning, and putting together the different partners will recreate a very well-defined profile for us. In doing this, within this, and I'm going to conclude, there's the right to safety, security, and ownership that are part of the human rights. And of course, we have information hacking that may compromise our safety. There's a very well-known example connected to cars, hospitals, and smart cities, versus again information hacking that can compromise security, data smartphones, smart cities, and so you can be hijacked by our elevator, or the doors of our smart building may not open anymore because they are subject to some hacking actions. And then this will even degenerate into cyber attacks and hybrid threats that detect the new scenario. And there are already a number of different hybrid threats putting together cyber and physical threats to compromise our safety. Apart from this, there's cyber identity theft can create additional challenges. I have two minutes more.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Yes. Speaking about artificial intelligence and machine learning, we already heard from the first speaker. In the 80s was considered a new frontier. I was involved in that field. I developed some decision support system at that time. There were some bad ambassador effects, like the stock exchange in Tokyo that get crazy because of the artificial intelligence, what in some way shortcutted and created big troubles. And now it's back. For a certain number of years, this technology was embedded within our cameras, washing machine, and other things. But nowadays it's back, and the impact is very relevant, specifically the one due to the machine learning system that appear to be more or less applicable in different sectors. I will skip some parts and then get to the conclusion. So, do we feel framed by technology? Basically, there are a number of different, let's say, evidences that lets us feel a little bit framed. Apart from the fact that our bank is able to send some messages telling, oh, people that has more or less your capabilities in terms of economic terms and is spending less money than you, the average expenses you have to consider are this amount of money due to your profile, and this is in some way concerning sometimes, this idea that there's the big brother that isn't even considering my way to spend money. Then computer vision and video analysis and real-time modeling. I heard before the rules that were expressed by the previous speaker. We have already the system developed in Russia that is the fine phase system that both in the let's say professional edition, but much more in the professional edition, is able to take a picture on the curb with a group of people and in parallel identify all the different people that will appear in the picture and connect to their own profile on the Russian Facebook application, the view profile. So again, something that is a little bit concerning. So wearable sensors, what we have embedded in our addresses and so on, may complete the schema. There were some projects in the past to suggest the new garderobe for people entering in some flagship shop to be according to the tags within the dresses, to suggest some new opportunities to make shopping. We find a little bit framed, and so there's some of the researchers in this field speak about the betrayal of the Industrial Revolution. So in the age of computer revolution was the age of hippies and counterculture. The whole idea of technology was to enhance the number of quality hours, quality time for humans, thanks to computing. But on the contrary, technology we developed took another direction, improving control on humans, generating a technology slavery that is actually mainly framing us. So we are always on, always reachable. We cannot switch off the computer. We cannot detach from the mail. Of course, not all of these things are, let's say, by law, but many companies will not enable us to be unreachable for a longer period of time, even if there were some interesting actions due to the French government, for instance, and other governments, like the idea to forget information to the right of obsolescence. And so there's a new normality that is the one depicted here, that is basically blurring the borders between the real and the digital world, widespread of simplified virtual mockups and simulacra, mass collection of data for managing people behavior. We heard things about the idea to optimize the processes of production of humans thanks to the supervision of AI systems and analyzing some sensors that are collecting information about the way in which humans used to move. And then there are some more things, but I need to conclude. So main concerns are the massive decrease of the level of critical thinking and the emergence of waves of information epidemics of national and global levels, mainstream communication, limited contraposition, censorship, fake news, and so on. And post-truth, but I will skip this one. Some mitigation actions, the establishment of independent social and information platforms. So the idea to do not only rely on private organizations and big players in order to have our social life and our connections. So the idea to break such kind of private rules, the general right to disconnect, the idea to apply the continental right in order to withdraw our personal data, the one we pour on the internet in order to download an application, to click and be part of what is called appification system, and other things, including, and this is another couple of points I really like, is one, the idea to increase the critical thinking, especially in young generation, and fostering a culture of cybersecurity. The two main recommendations recommend the member states to agree on global regulation on technology, potentially framing humans, like intelligent algorithms, sensors, connection always on, and tracing tools active 24/7 to optimize productivity despite human mental and physical health, to ensure availability online 24/7, to use wearable sensor to track human activities, robotization of workers. And the other one, this was related to Article 4 of the human rights, and another infringing Article 19 is to invite member states to be responsible for ensuring several fully independent, inclusive, relevant. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was able to summarize a little bit. I know we ran out of time since the first contribution, so it's really a challenge today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, thanks to all the attendees.
Thank you, Prof. Ronchi. Two remarks. The one is you alerted to the right to safety, the right to security, and the right to ownership. But you also alerted us to the responsibility that we have to those three elements. And thank you very much for that. I really appreciate. You must please also discipline your office, because after you ask 2 minutes more, somebody keep on putting slides on the screen. So just to watch out for people in your own office, you know, not adhering to the times. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We appreciate, and Prof. Rao, if your office can please introduce Saleh to us.
Yeah.
Mr. Saleh Mashraq, lecturer at Birzeit University, Palestine. He has 22-year experience as columnist and editor at the Palestinian media, Mr. Mashrak was the coordinator of research and policies unit at MDC. He teaches and trains at the Media Development Center, BZU. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salah. We listen to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to send all of my greetings to my friend Raoul and the all committee members that for organizing this brilliant conference. And I hope I will give a new recommendations beside all of the panelists to put some new answers for these crucial questions about artificial intelligence and fake news and this era with this level of malinformation. My study or my presentation today is based on an exploratory research in fake news that I conducted with the Palestinian Center Hamla. And the results of this research revealed many issues that require government policies and civil society interventions to have a society that is capable for fighting against fake news. It was interesting that global literature reviews for this research accused many factors, but the most three remarkable factors between it are the impact of Trumpism and the global right wing on the emergence of a huge wave of misinformation globally and at the national level. Second, also the economy of social media companies as a reason for the spread of misinformation. And in the third reason, artificial intelligence as a technology that thrives from misleading news. The research also based on local focus.
Saleh, if I may just indicate to you that you're still on the first slide, or are you moving on?
Yes, I'm going. It's okay. And the research also based on a local focus group to examine the linguistic context of the phenomenon and how it used among ordinary people, both linguistically and conceptually. The research runs out a survey on more than 500 respondents, and the findings were shocking as 73% of the Palestinians were exposed to fake news. As you see in the figure on the screen, this fake news wastes important values in education systems. It also affects health system, leads to a political divisions, destroyed citizens' trust, leads to insecurity and conflicts. It also affects the economy, as shown in our research on a small country as Palestine. Despite all research effort to combat fake news cannot be ended easily, but we can deal with by preparing for the stage of its appearance. It appeared according to the respondents in temporal context. As you see in figure number 5 on the screen, it is higher in disasters such as coronavirus pandemic, then in war times, and throughout the years in politics and economics. It's also we can see the high level of fake news in economic growth, also in the economic decline. The experience of this study led me to talk about 5 issues in thinking about combating fake news. The first issue that when we are going to measure fake news at the national level, we should focus on the different meanings of the word in the language of the research audience. Is the term fake news from their mother language or from global context? How can people accept it? Do people accept the word as a description of ambiguous dilemma that is strongly presented in social media, or a word that is not in their language and thus become different to combat. According to the research finding, there are those who connect fake news with news only and do not realize that the social media with all user-generated content are more likely to be misleading than news from media outlets. And this misconception turns the normal audience to a huge audience of amplifiers. They like, post, interact with others, share and receive misinformation, which makes the role of the audiences in transmitting misinformation becomes more dangerous than those who initially created it. The second issue that experts, while analyzing misinformation, they accuse large social media platforms of spreading fake news, forgetting that Facebook and Twitter transmit fake news from social media, from media outlets that work in spreading fake news. At this place, we need to enlarge our thinking about who is doing the fake, not only about what is the medium that brings the misleading. The result of the research suggests enlarging our research instrument by checking multiple new digital channels, such as Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, YouTube, Telegram, voice applications, regular emails, and etc. As you see in the figure number 4, 12 diverse types of modern and traditional media are publishing fake news. The third crucial issue in speaking about fake news is related to the lack of institutions that combat misinformation. Research result shows that ministries of information and official spokesmen do not pay any attention to this matter except for the relevant information to them. There are few civil society organizations concerned with this matter, like local and regional verification monitors that struggle to obtain funding for existence and continuity. Despite these verification monitors' remarkable role, pioneers and workers in these monitors need to work more on framing their mission. It will be influential if they link their fight misleading to a new type of ethics for social media. Verification monitors can also deliver media literacy in verifying information to audience. But unfortunately, these monitors are barely able to stand financially and administratively. A large number of verification monitors, at least in the Arab region, focus on fighting daily misinformation and fake news and do not pay attention to the great effort that can be made through monthly and annual monitoring to produce reports that may change the situation in the societies that suffer from misinformation by giving media literacy and by giving recommendations that can go to be a part of government policies or NGOs' interventions or projects. The fourth issues need to be discussed in thinking of fake news is the media literacy programs adopted by governments or some civil society and universities. These programs do not intervene with practices in dealing with fake news. And by reviewing some guidelines or curricula, there are no focus on verification skills that users should learn to avoid misleading. Unfortunately, even when universities put efforts in combating misinformation, they typically tended to be conceptual and theoretical, not based on digital means to get out from the seamless flow information distortion. The fifth issue in our subject remains that the problem of proposing solution to combat fake news that some people consider the law should intervene to stop misinformation, because law considered fake news as a crime. So modern society can be misleading. Others believe that self-regulation of journalists and media outlets may be better than the law. We should I think that we should work increasingly to avoid the law regulation in the internet, because for the last decade, local governments exploited the social media dilemma to launch cybercrime laws, which put more restriction on the freedom of expression and on the freedom of speech. It's clear the world in the post-truth era is facing notable distortion in mainstreaming information. This leads to continued dilemma in our opinion and in our information. This happens as the technology companies continue to pump more technology without taking any responsibility for the safety of information. The dilemma grows more and more with artificial intelligence as a technology that benefits from misleading, because it attracts many users to like, and to share, and to give comments, unfortunately, on misleading contents. Finally, combating fake news requires a linguistic approach to know what kind of awareness needed to the users. Verification observers initiatives needs more support financially and administratively. Law is not the right tool to be misleading. Self-regulation, new ethics for digital media become more essential to stop this dilemma. I will stop in this point. Thank you for your listening, and I will accept any question from the participant. Thank you.
Thank you, Saleh. I really enjoyed your layout, and I see on the questions, the remarks that the other participants also appreciated your contribution. I specifically like your distinction between faulty news, false news, and deceptive news. And then I think we must try and get your research methodology. If I look at the numbering of your slides, you already published on this. And maybe we must ask you and Prof. Rao to share with us such publications so that we can learn more about your research in Palestine. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Then, Prof. Rao, if your office can introduce Prof. Bashri, please.
Dr. Maha Bashri, the United Arab Emirates University, UAE. She holds a PhD degree in journalism and mass communication from the University of South Carolina's Journalism and Mass Communication School. Her research area includes representation of minorities, especially women in the West, as well as new media effects on audiences. You're welcome, ma'am.
Prof. Bashri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen and then ask if you are seeing my presentation before I start. Yes?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So my take on information ethics today is going to be a bit different. We've heard some very interesting presentations on the right to privacy, the issues and the effects that we're seeing with AI. Today, I'm going to be talking about the right to information, because we have a lot of people, especially women, who are being excluded from the digitized global economy. So today, we're going to be talking about women, the digital divide, and the global economy, and looking at it from a post-pandemic perspective. So when we first start talking about the digital divide, we have to talk about the economic growth in a digitized world. Empirical evidence has indicated that there is a very close relationship between disparities in the diffusion of ICTs or information communication technologies around the world and economic development. So the expectation, there is a positive correlation or positive relation between the increase in digitization and the use of ICTs. That in turn leads to a rise in labor productivity, employment creation, and overall just more inclusivity in the global economic growth. So the internet and devices, especially the mobile phone, have become very, very important because they enable billions of people around the world to access critical information and services that they need to be able to be part of this digitized economy. And in turn, they meet their daily needs and their educational needs, their employment needs, and so forth. So the next step is to look at the global state of the digital divide. And before we do that, one of the most prevalent definitions out there is that it's a sociological phenomena that reflects broadly on culture, on society, the economy, and in educational inequalities that have both a domestic and global implications. And this is what globalization is all about. So in the new global economy, what we're seeing is that there's a lot of capital production, there's management, there's labor, there's markets, technology, and there's information. And all of these are organized across both national and transnational boundaries. So even if, let's say, there is a first world economy, it is definitely going to be affected by what happens in lower and middle income countries around the world, because everything is so interconnected now. There is a ripple effect. Hence, it is important to put in mind that the global economic transformation is based on what has been termed or named digital dividends. And digital dividends are just simply the access to information, which gives us access to better jobs, which gives us access to better services, which gives us just a better labor economy and more inclusiveness and a more stable global environment. So then we have experts in the field of communication that argue that countries around the world need to strengthen the analog foundations of the digital revolution. It is not only about having the infrastructure. There has to be an investment in the analog foundations. And there are three factors that affect the analog foundations. The first is strengthening regulation that ensures a competitive business environment. That it isn't a monopoly, as we're seeing, for example, now with all the social media platforms. They have a monopoly over information, which in turn has an effect on privacy, which we talked about earlier. The second factor is the training of workers around the world with skills that would actually enable them to be part of this new economy. And the third factor is ensuring that institutions remain accountable, that these social media platforms, for example, are held accountable for what they do. We can see this happening across the world. For example, now with Facebook, just an example that comes to mind, you can be put in Facebook jail for if you post something that the algorithm deems to be inappropriate, while it might not be inappropriate. So it is these platforms or these institutions that are actually taking over and making decisions for us as media consumers. So what is the global state of the digital divide? This digital revolution has greatly contributed to global economic growth, as we can see. I mean, this is one of the positives. It has lowered costs. It has improved efficiency. It has brought in more and more people into the global economy. And in general, it has, increased labor productivity worldwide. Digital economies across the globe, however, require access to broadband internet. So if we want to bring in all these people, from across like first world, middle income and lower income countries, there has to be good access to broadband internet in general and mobile broadband in particular. So the ITU's 2019 report before COVID hit indicated that while more than half of the world's population, which is at about 7.5 billion people, is now online. But most of those people who are offline are in rural areas across the globe, even in first world countries. And amongst those, 70% of them are women. So this then leads us to what we call the digital underclass. And this is what we're seeing nowadays. And that is that patterns of digital exclusion and non-use of the internet have manifested lately in the developing world or in the lower and middle income countries, especially for females. So most of the time, even in lower and middle income countries, it is females who are being left behind. 4 indicators consistently show up in the empirical evidence as strong predictors of digital exclusion, and that is one's age. The older you are, the more likely you're going to be excluded because you don't have the skills. The education level, the lower the education level, the more likely that you're going to be excluded. Disability and gender. The more, if it is more likely that, that females are left behind rather than males, even in lower and middle income countries. So COVID-19, the pandemic, had really a dire impact on internet access and the global economy as a whole. As we said earlier, it's these mobile devices that have brought in lots of people who did not otherwise have access to the internet, providing them with crucial information and services that help them be included into the digitized economy. However, the pandemic has disrupted life as we know it and made access to the internet and mobile devices even more important than it was prior to 2020 or 2019, end of 2019. So during the 2020 global lockdowns that we saw, the restrictions, access to the internet and mobile phones provided people around the world a way to stay connected, continue with their education, and obviously, more importantly, continue working to earn an income and to survive. So when we talk about mobile phones and the gender or the gender digital divide, mobile phones across the world, especially in the lower and middle income countries, have always been a very valuable asset for women. This is how they kind of get on with their lives and how they, in most cases, are able to better their lives and earn a better income. And as it is known, again, this is empirical evidence, shows that women tend to carry a heavier burden in their families in these lower and middle income countries. So the pandemic, and again, this is the research, and I'm going to be sharing some numbers in a few minutes, has had a disproportionate impact on females. They have had more household responsibility, for example, children's education. And for the most part, they're the ones who lost their jobs, and there was a huge income loss for them. So this is how it looks now. Women's access to mobile internet continues to increase even in 2020, and this is from the latest GSMA survey. While mobile ownership remains relatively flat. From 2019 to 2020, this is when the surveys were conducted. The mobile ownership for women across lower and middle income countries has remained flat. 83% of women in these countries do own a mobile phone, but only 58% of them actually have access to the internet on their phones. Women are more likely than men to access the internet exclusively on a mobile handset, rather than men have more options. They can be on their laptops, they can be on their computers, but women usually do access, in these lower income countries, access the internet through a mobile handset. And this highlights the importance of both increasing the mobile access for women as well as reducing the mobile gender gap. So the gender gap in mobile internet use continues to reduce with women in middle and lower or middle income countries is at 15% less likely, or they're 15% less likely to use it than men. And that again comes up from the latest GSMA survey. So while the overall gender gap in mobile ownership remains largely unchanged since 2017, that was the last time the survey was conducted before the 2020 report came out. The gender gap in smartphone ownership, and that means the ability to be able to access the internet, has reduced for the first time in 2020, even though we had a pandemic. And that was driven by South Asia, where these gaps have constantly been the widest, even wider than Africa's. So across low and middle income countries, women are now, this is the latest 2020 report, are now 7% less likely to own a mobile phone, which translates into 143 million fewer women mobile owners than men. And they are now 15% less likely to own a smartphone than men, and that's down 20% from 2019. So again, even though we had a pandemic, we're kind of making headway here. So the COVID-19 restrictions and lockdowns, as we said, have increased the need for connectivity, but we're seeing that the early signs from the empirical research or from the empirical evidence is showing that the pandemic may have disproportionately negatively impacted women more in their ability to access information and in their ability to obviously earn an income. So this persistent gender gap with female mobile owners using a narrower range of mobile services than male shows services than male owners. So even though this is happening in the latest report across 10 developing countries, female smartphone ownership has actually increased and almost is on par with male owners in terms of access to the internet or internet adoption and the range of services that they have access to through their phones. So this new research indicates that the gender gap in the use of mobile internet continues to reduce across the developing world, with usage rates increasing for both men and women. And that's good. That's a very good sign, because as when I first started this presentation, I said, I'm focusing on the right to information, because if you have the information, then you have the ability to be included. Then you are part of the global or digitized economy. Mobile users who are aware of mobile internet but do not use it report that the main barrier to them is the lack of the skills, of the literacy and digital skills. So this is what we're finding across the board. And the second factor that prevents them from actually accessing the internet over their mobile sets is the affordability, the cost of an internet-enabled handset. Handset affordability is one of the key barriers to mobile ownership. So we also found out that female mobile users feel less able. So again, this goes back to the skills. They feel less able and less confident to learn a new activity unless they're kind of prodded along and somebody teaches them. So they don't want to learn by themselves. They want to be taught. And again, this goes back to lack of confidence because you think you don't have the skills. However, once they have done the task once, their confidence levels begin to increase and they can do it again, and they're almost on par with their male users. So what are the global challenges that we're seeing is that there really needs to be a more concerted and unified effort to address these gaps for a fair distribution of resources and of these digital dividends that we had mentioned earlier. A prosperous global economy is based on a workforce that is a global workforce that has access to the digital economy and the skills needed to navigate this new ecosystem. Again, we are so interconnected, even though the first world might not, even though, in some, for example, in the US, it is the rural areas that do suffer. They have a huge digital underclass, but for the most part, people do have access to the internet. However, if we want to see a prosperous global economy, these skills have to be in the access to the internet has to be passed along and shared across regions of the world. Countries need to invest in people, especially women and the digital underclass, for stronger human capital. So again, this is still ongoing research, but the policy recommendations that we have at this point is an investment in the actual infrastructure worldwide, because some places don't have access to it, especially the lower and middle income countries and rural areas in the first world, where it tends to be lacking. And there has to be a focus on gender equality and access to the internet. This is a global ethical obligation. Women account for 49.6% of the entire world population. Yet, as you saw from the numbers that I mentioned earlier, they don't have the same access that males do. But by the same token, they're the ones carrying the burden in most of families across the world. Finalization of the WTO's discussions concerning rules that will govern the digital economy and the sharing of resources. So these regulations are really important. No monopolies across countries to level the global playing field. Create and strengthen existing regional, local organizations so that they can work in partnership with existing global entities. These changes start at home. Yes, you can have the big NGOs and the big organizations, the United Nations, UNESCO, and so forth. But it's contextually, it is the small NGOs within their countries that know the needs of their people, that know who needs what needs to be done if some headway is going to be made. And finally, an increased focus and support for media and information literacy programs worldwide. As we saw, skills are really, really important. It's not only about having the digital infrastructure, it is about having that human capital, about training people, about having them adapt and adopt to the new technologies that keep on changing each and every day. Otherwise, they're going to be left behind. Thank you very much.
I see, Prof. Bashri, that you have a few questions. Let us allow Amaro to also address us, and then I can open the floor for some questions. Prof. Rao, if your office can just introduce our next guest, please. Prof. Rao, I think your office is on mute.
Sorry. Sorry.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Prof. Rao,
Yes,
can we redo the introduction? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Good.
Professor Amaro La Rosa, Universidad Femenina del Sagrado Corazón, Peru. He's a professor at the Communication Department. He specializes in CIESPAL Quito, Ecuador, Centro de Análisis de Políticas Públicas, and Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Prof. La Rosa. You're welcome.
Many thanks. Good afternoon, dear chair, dear colleagues. I would like to say thanks to the University of Hyderabad and the organizing committee for the kindness of the invitation. This is a great opportunity. I am learning a lot. Please, I am sharing my presentation. The issue is very interesting for me. This is the first time digital ecosystem one in connected world. I participated in another Congress 2 years ago, and the name of that Congress was Interconnected or Non-Connected World. And I am thinking a lot about this issue. The first time I will present a digital ecosystem. It's a general we point the enterprise, the rationalizing structure of the enterprise, the possibility of enhancing the speed of technology adoption, all are very interesting. If this is the digital ecosystem in general terms, I saw this in many places, but something is missing, I think. In these digital ecosystems, I think there are people connecting with the digital ecosystems. There are a lot of people connected with the digital ecosystem. And not only one individual, but groups of people, teams of people working around the world on the digital ecosystems. This is the importance of the human beings, and also in the creation of the technological machines and all the devices. The human being is, of course, the most important part. The creativity of thousands of scientific people and the academia around the world are creating many important devices and instruments for the world. Of course, there were like very good, say, some of the participants of the conference is one in the connected world. Digitalization is very important. There are many problems in this process of digitalization, like said with a very interesting viewpoint my previous colleague. The world each day is creating new technology. More people are in digitalization, and in the last years, the growing of the people connected to the social networks through their mobile devices are growing a lot. But one problem appeared in the humanity, COVID-19. Please, one moment. Oh, this is. I had having a presentation, the one word with the mask. It's a problem with the presentation, no problem. The issue is that the world changed. 2020 was a disruptive year because many challenges will appear in our life. We need to stay in our homes, isolated. We have not the possibility to give a big hug to our friends and our family. And all of our life and our life in the academia changed a lot. I can say you one example. One of my colleagues have now 80 years. He said in a conversation that he start his career, his academic career, with chalk, and all the life she only will use the chalk. Now he is using one platform because it's not possibility to teach without the technology. The well-being is a multidimensional concept, and there are some issues. I have no time to explain all of them, but physical and economic security, stable ecosystems, very vital now, material living standards. In many countries, this is a great problem with people that have not water and other very important things of our life. Health, of course, each day many children die around the world without possibility of food. Education, now with the problem of the Taliban in Afghanistan, women are waiting a dark future. Work and leisure, very, very important. How many times we use seeing films, seeing many forms of television in these times in our house. This is the, in general terms, the well-being. But I need to focus in two issues. In one part, the physical well-being. The physical well-being is very important. I am in the third age. I start my career very young, but now I have 73 years, and the physical well-being is a problem. We have to be in a very moment of our health, take care of our health, and for the people in general, physical well-being is very important because it guarantees the life. But the second issue that World Health Organizations gives now one very important role is the emotional and psychological well-being, because many people is suffering the problems of the isolation, the problem to do not have the possibility to exchange with a coffee with her colleagues. It's not the same a congress with people sharing in one place. The technology gives us great opportunities like this, but how we all who participate in this conference do not think in which moment I will be in India, the great continent, country, the origin of many roots of the civilization. For weather is in times of uncertainty. It's a problem in my presentation. It's my fault. But technology for well-being ground in 2020. In the first time, technological change inspired by COVID-19 will come in a form of an accelerated going of existing trends. By the moment I can talk about health issues, telehealth services. The physician have no time to talk with the patients by the need of the distance for biosecurity. Health service is a good service. Remote health monitoring too also. One of my friends was some of the first people in Peru who had COVID-19. He needs monitoring, but the physicians give him all the days monitoring. Their two daughters send the food and put it in the near to the house of my friend. Without remote health monitoring, he could die. CDC have now one chatbot, coronavirus self-checker. Coronavirus self-checker that some of them could make one consultation to know if their symptoms are COVID-19 or not, for a first possibility to go after this to the hospital or to call to the authorities for urgent attention. Organizations grown to one interview of some days ago to a German expert in technological devices said that the 10 main organizations, the 10 main companies of technology around the world have the 90% of the resources in the world, more than all 90% of the economies of the world. The possibility to use AI in the home, to the remote work is very important in this time. We have this possibility, leading driver for global AI adoption in organizations. We all work in our homes now, have not the opportunity to go to the university. Perhaps in the near future, it will be a reality. But one very important part of our life is entertainment. We need entertainment to relax for our time, our free time. And in this moment, AI is bring a very interesting contribution to the mental health of the people. And AI is using in the technology and media entertainment, content personalization in the first time. Some people say, why many TV series are similar? It comes from a study of the receivers. And this study is made with artificial intelligence. Netflix used modern devices to study the receivers. And nobody can say that Netflix is not a very important resource today. The second is the metadata tagging, the possibility to introduce some aspects of in the entertainment industry. As an example, translation. Netflix use modern AI devices to introduce translations to many languages. And the third time, the reporting automation, automatic responses, what we have in the entertainment industry with AI help. And all of them resources are very important in this time of isolation and health problems derived from the COVID-19. Smart cities.
Prof, you have 5 minutes left.
Many thanks. When I love one issue, I talk a lot. I'm sorry. Smart cities with IoT, they are now a reality. As an example, in the route the roof of one hotel in the United States, there are gardens. The gardens are used in the food of the hotel. Here, the Universidad Nacional Agraria have one initiative to put these gardens in all the buildings of Lima. And so we have one better health for the people with many gardens and with possibilities of these gardens will be used for the health of the people. This is a short presentation. One very interesting study. Technology experts, scholars, and health specialists answer over the next decade how will changes in digital life people's overall well-being physically and mentally. 47 individuals' well-being will be more helped than harmed. 32 people's well-being will be more harmed than helped. And 2021, there will not be much change in people's well-being. The people say that the technology brings us a very important service. Many thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Prof. La Rosa. I hope that Netflix will give you something for the good advertisement that you gave them. And then from your slide, I saw that you say to relax, we must look at the zombie movie. Your life is very complicated. Zombie to relax. But thank you very much. You gave us a very good overview. And
I'm sorry, only one second.
Yes.
For me, there will be very interesting the exchange of information. All you have my mail, and they are invited to say one email for me to exchange information, to write in the review of communication of the university.
Thank you very much.
Been hacked to all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 minutes left until the end of the session. So let me see the hand of Alfredo, who wanted to ask Prof. Bashir a question. Alfredo?
Yes. So, okay, I think we mainly agreed on the key points. So she's specifically addressing the requirements and needs of women. If I remember correctly, the presentation. So I think all the rest is almost similar. So the problem related to the freedom of speech and the access to the technological infrastructure in order to receive both education or to exchange ideas without censorship, without limitations. And as I outlined before, I'm a little bit concerned about the market. So the leading organization in this field that can decide according to economic advantages or political situations to censor or to address the communication or the exchange of information among the different participants. So this is one of the aspects I'm much more concerned about. About other topics, you didn't touch too much the aspect of artificial intelligence. I don't know if you have some specific ideas in this field, but again, is something we already face as a potential, I don't say big brother, but someone that will decide sometimes in a kind of black box. And the risk is that this should be considered like the word coming from the top and something that is a kind of dogma. because the machine intelligence did it or spent this word, and so that is.
Yeah.
So Japanese say shimasta, so that is no chance. And this is again another concern in actual society, but there are plenty of them. I don't mention again about privacy, because we have no chance. I mean, we have this one, and all my data are probably in Chengdu or Beijing, and they know exactly what I'm doing. And if I now a little bit excitated because my heartbeat is 120 or my blood pressure is going up. Okay, it's again, many times they think we have to find the golden balance in between different situations. So to leave some of our freedom, our privacy, in order to benefit from some applications, some other add-ons, or to limit the use of this. And I think one of the key aspects, considering UNESCO, IFAP, and this environment, is to create awareness in this field, especially in young generations that are the ones that usually are able to sell everything in order to download the latest video game or the latest app. And so they click yes, 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 take my picture, take my the control of my camera, my microphone. So we'll download this app that is, let's say, the cutting edge application. And this is concerning, because for quite a long time, people thought that the cyberspace was a place, kind of nowhere land where you can pour your data and nothing happens. Instead, is very highly the risk nowadays, specifically thanks to machine learning, to put together different information, cross-analyze data sets, and do whatever you want. Even if people say, okay, I have nothing to hide because I'm not a criminal, but you never know what other people will do with your information. Sorry,
Thank you.
I don't talk too much.
Thank you, Prof. Our time is evaporating, but Prof.
Yes.
Basri, I would like you to please answer that.
Okay, my take on it is, and I'm going to give you a tangible example. The research I look at, I do agree with you. I mean, as somebody who has access, let's say somebody from the first world, AI, my privacy would be a concern for me. But the women that I'm studying, for example, are in Sudan. They sell traditional bread known as kisra. These are very, very, very poor women who have phones because they need the rickshaw driver to come take the basket that has the traditional kisra, the traditional bread, so that they can go out to the local market and sell it there. So their needs are different. We're talking about a different target audience or demographic here than, for example, my needs if I'm going to the doctor in the US, and let's say my medical information gets hacked into in one way or the other. I do know when I'm using, like you just said, when I use these apps, I do know what the risk is that comes with it. But for them, it's a matter of survival. And I think I have a partner in this research. What we're trying to see or get at is that one of the recommendations is that we need to level the playing field before we can start. These people, their concern is not their privacy. Their concern is putting food on the table at the end of the day. So I definitely agree with you. I see what you're saying, but that's for you and I, not for the women that we're talking about.
Just a short sentence. We did a kind of, not research, but we posed the question. I know I am part of the World Summit Award, so the one that shares 170 countries. And so meeting our friends from different countries, I used to ask them about the list of priorities in terms of, let's say, rights. And there's this change in between freedom of expression or freedom in absolute, or the private property or education. So this changes quite a lot. If you talk with someone from Sudan, for instance, I did a PhD course for 3 years in Khartoum, so I know a little bit, yes.
Thank you
I-
very much.
When,
Very nice.
when
Let me conclude this session by also referring to the work that Helen Amunga is doing in Kenya, where even before they talk about connectivity, they must have access to electricity. And the electricity can be challenged on different levels, but also addressed on different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Rao, I would like to thank all the speakers this afternoon, especially those who kept within their time. So, Alfredo, I'll thank you later. But thank you very much for your contribution. If one listens to the debate that we listened to this afternoon, and it's not a debate like in positive or negative, it is a debate on issues that must become relevant in information ethics globally, then I think we contributed not only to this conference, Prof. Rao, but also to the work on the working committee for information ethics of IFAP and UNESCO. And I'm very sure that Prof. Eve and his team will again visit the topics that we spoke about this afternoon, because all of you need to be part of the debate and the discussions on information ethics. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Prof. Rao that you allocated this time for information ethics, and I'm very glad that we're not too late in handing back to you the chair for your next session. Thank you very much.
Maha, when you talk, I remember one of my students. She has her father is from Pakistan. She loves Pakistan and say, by the end of my career, I will go to Pakistan. But she knew that his father agreed her ceremony of compromise with her cousin. In Peru, she has her boyfriend. She loves him. She loves him a lot. And she decided not go to Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Prof. La Rosa. Prof. Rao, I give you back the chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Chairman, Professor Kudze, Chairman of this session. Thanks for your perfect, in terms of time, chairing of the session. As we know, information ethics is such an important topic on which now industrialists, policymakers, researchers, governments, everyone's focus is now on ethics, particularly information ethics, more particularly AI ethics. So thanks once again for chairing this session. Let me also thank the speakers, U.S. Paule, Naomi, and Anil, then Alfredo, Saleh, Mahabashi, and finally Amaro for their excellent presentations. I think whatever the recommendations we make as a part of our Hyderabad declaration towards end of the day, these recommendations with regard to the information ethics should be discussed in the UNESCO working group also. So as one of the members of the working group, may I request Professor Kudze to take up this topic when your next working group will meet, because the Hyderabad declaration, you are also part of the Hyderabad declaration as an organizer and also as a participant of this conference. So you have every right to take up this issue to the working group. Whatever the recommendations we make, that can be further discussed in the working group on AI ethics. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let us have a small break for 5 minutes, cultural break. Thank you.
hilare hilare burubunga burubunga nari pori kan podalara podelar chuchura chagun pika yeah nari pori kan podalara podelar chuchura chagun pika संस्कृति भारी बढ़िया परिचय जोगा जोगार मो माटी मा केड़े सुंदर
Yeah. Welcome back to the conference. Let us start the session 3 on one of the last priority area of the IFAP. The session is on information preservation. So may I request Professor Gilvan Oliveira to chair this session. Gilvan Oliveira is head of the UNESCO chair on language policies for multilingualism. He is from University of Santa Catarina. He is one of the eminent experts in applied linguistics and Portuguese language teaching. And he visited our university. He is one of the strong promoter of multilingualism in the world. So he is a well-known expert in that sense. So may I request now Professor Gilvan to chair the session. Gilvan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear friend, Professor Rao. It's a pleasure to welcome you in this very important topic, information preservation. It's the last panel, but the importance of this topic is specifically high. And I'm very pleased to have here 5 experts, Dr. Sara Kadu and Eric Nelson, Dr. Partha Pratim Das, Dr. Shobhana Chilia, and Dr. Alexei Tsikarev, that work in libraries, universities, research centers, and NGO in 4 continents, in Uganda, India, United States, and Russia. And in my opinion, their contribution fits very well to the topic of this conference, especially if we consider changing dynamics of information. All of them bring examples examples of inclusion of new referents, new people, indigenous people, for example, in the technologies of information, or they open new perspectives for considering information not as a passive question, but actively acting to disseminate and to include new sectors in the information preservation. So I ask you all speakers to try to keep your time so that we can have some minutes for discussing after that. And I propose after your speech, you take a look in the chat and see if there are questions and comments so that we can have a dynamic discussion on the end of the session. Okay, so first of all, I'm pleased to call Dr. Sara Kadu and Eric Nelson to refer to critical ethical reflections on false information, and especially on its impact on the vulnerable, that are a topic that will be a cross topic in all our session. I ask Professor Rao to present our inviters.
Yeah, Professor Gilvan, just I would like to inform you that the first 2 speakers, Sara and Partha, are yet to join. So shall we start the third one? Maybe they will join a little later.
Okay, so we go directly to Professor Partha Pratim Das, I suppose.
No.
Okay.
The third speaker, Shobhana.
Third speaker. Perfect.
Professor Shobhana.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Professor Shobhana Lakshmi Chella, University of North Texas, USA. She's a distinguished professor of linguistics and associate dean of research and advancement at the College of Information, University of North Texas. She is a recipient of the Nehru Fulbright Chair Fellowship for 2020-2021. She is the founding director of the Computational Resource for South Asian Language Archive at the UNT Digital Library. Her key areas of focus on the documentation of the Tibeto-Berber languages of Northeast India. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Let me try to share my screen here. Yes, thank you for inviting me to participate in this very interesting conference. I am going to be talking about something that many of you may not know much about, but has been near and dear to my heart and to my students, and to now a growing, very large growing number of linguists and speakers of indigenous languages. The idea has been, how do we preserve the information of communities who are losing that information through the passing away of their elders? And these are indigenous knowledges that have repercussions for all of us in terms of things like climate change, health and wellness, a host of information that is held in these languages. And also for the speakers of the languages themselves, as they attempt to connect to the identities of their past and to celebrate their languages and their cultures, and really get their children feeling that they can be part of society in a rooted and healthy way. So what we do here at Coursel is something that you will see as part of a global movement to share and to preserve and to create a long-term resource for languages of the world. So what I'd like to talk to you about today is something that we've been doing at my university, whereas we have partnered with our library to bring together information about many small languages in South Asia. And that information has been brought to us by speakers of those languages in those communities. So if you are from South Asia and you look around, you'll know that there are many hundreds of languages spoken, and most of those, very small percentage of them, are part of the digital age. Majority of the languages in India, even some very large languages with like 1.5 million speakers, are under-resourced. They do not have any kind of digital footprint, or their digital footprint is limited to, say, social media and very small areas of the internet. And this means that people have very little access to very modern types of facilities and to also access to their past. So I am part of a growing field of linguists who are involved in this field called language documentation or documentary linguistics. And we attempt to create a lasting record of languages for those languages that have few digital resources. And what we do is using linguistic analytic methods and recording and data collection methods, create language resources that are digital resources, and take those all the way from the recordings to an archival mode where they're preserved and also disseminated. So there's a whole host of things that have to happen, and they all involve technology. And so 30 years ago, 20 years ago, we couldn't do these things. But now with technology, we're able to actually not only preserve and describe and analyze, but also disseminate and share. So here are some of the things that we do for language documentation. We have to go to, just imagine that you don't know about a language and you go and visit some folks that are speaking their language. You would record either video or audio. These days we do both. Then you would have many, many different types of video and audio, and you have to learn how to manage that data. So we train people in data management of their audio and video forms. But more than not just that, then from those you get more files, more digital files, because you have to transcribe, then translate, then analyze. So you already have this proliferation of files. And so really data management and information organization are a large part of what linguists in this field end up doing. And then bringing those things to an archive. So partnering with an archive that has infrastructure that allows you to then use good metadata so that those informations can be retrieved by the appropriate audiences, and then disseminating through the usual kinds of papers and so on that we write as academics, but also through social media, and actually bringing communities and the general public to that information. So we don't want these things to just sit there and be used for, by scientists, language scientists. We want to be able to see that communities are actually communities of users and speakers are able to use that information. So it has real human potential and human consequences. So reusing comparing, teaching the language through that information is very important to us. So one of the things that I never thought I would have to do as a linguist, but I have learned a lot about, is recording equipment. My son, who is a musician, and I can compare notes about the best microphones and the best, digital recorders and so on. But we learn a lot about video formats, audio formats, how to record. We also have a lot of digital folks in my field who are interested in creating apps for, several of you have talked about this earlier this morning, about the fact that information is really available to, say, women in the Middle East through phones. This is very true for indigenous communities as well. They do not sit in front of a computer to access information about their languages. They need to have things on phones. So apps both for recording as well as for creating translations and for accessing the information later on from the archive. So I've given some links here of people who have been creating such apps. And so students are very interested in this kind of creating helpful information for communities. The next thing that a documentary linguist would do after recording, video or audio recording, is creating really strong metadata for their files. And so this involves community collaboration, and many of these things are actually done by communities themselves. So for example, they may be given training on how to do recording. They would record something like a story or a conversation or a speech. And once they did that, they would use this kind of very easy to use software. This one's called Say More, and input that audio. The software does a kind of chunking out of the speech wave. So it breaks it out into different phrases. And the annotator is able to go in and put in a translation. In addition to that, they're able to put in a number of metadata fields that would then be used by a library to archive that file. So this kind of thing, like Say More, can be used by a linguist who has training and a PhD or an MA or a BA, all the way down. You don't have to have a very high level of education to be doing this, but it can also be done by a community member who just is very interested in their language. And so one of the things that we do at UNT Corsel is we do a lot of training for community collectors. We don't think that this is something that should be done only by a small group of elites. It should really be done by experiencers who want to save and work on their languages and have ownership of what they're doing. And this kind of easy to use software has made that possible. The other thing that has always been done really by linguists has been the translation and transcription. But with software of this sort, it becomes possible for somebody who is a community collector to create their own intellectual access to this information. By using Say More, as I was saying before, the sound file can be broken up into smaller chunks, and you very easily can hear that thing in a loop, that little piece, that chunk in a loop, and the person who may not know how to do International Phonetic Alphabet may know how to language down in some very simple rudimentary orthography that may not be fully standardized, but it is perfectly readable and usable by generations of linguists or other speakers down the road. And so again, it opens this up to a larger number of people to participate in the saving, the creating of a record of their own language. And so we train people in using Say More to transcribe and translate. Some of the people who do it are really well qualified linguists. Some of the people are just starting out and are just interested in their own language. The other thing that we do is we realize that people don't maybe write in Latin-based scripts. They may be using Devanagari or some other script. And so we also teach the use of different kinds of keyboards and try to find software that integrates with these different keyboards and the transcription and translation methods. This is really important for people who access information about their language on their phone. because if they want to type in Devanagari or they want to type in Bengali or whatever, they need to be able to do that in an easy way. Also, when we try to develop orthographies, which is a big thing of what linguists are asked to do, we keep in mind the whole idea of quick access, easy typing, and really trying to bring people into the digital world without this barrier of script. So if I can't type a retroflex, then I'm either never going to type the retroflex or I'm just never going to type. Or, so I need an easy way to type that symbol or a high tone or whatever it is in my language. We also create very detailed kind of analyses that help with people to develop banks of what we call time-aligned data. So here, in using this software, Elan, we see that there's a sound wave, and below it, we have the transcription. So this little chunk of time, when this sound was spoken, when this word "the" was spoken, it is now linked to the word "the." And so this kind of time-aligned data can help people who are doing things like automatic speech transcription, and automatic speech transcription will finally lead to things like speech recognition. So we are trying to develop banks of this kind of aligned data for very low resource languages. Something like the Manipuri language that is spoken in Manipur, India, has 1.5 million speakers, and an AT&T or a Sprint or I'm forgetting the name of an Indian carrier for phones, but if they could have that access to that, they could then communicate much better for things like banking and other kinds of facilities that are useful. So this kind of speech recognition is what we're trying to help with here. Finally, we also do some very detailed analysis of the language that we get. So this might be a story that was collected, then it was transcribed and transcribed, and that transcription went into this next stage, which is an annotation module. This particular annotation software is called Fieldworks Language Explorer, or Flex. It is widely used around the world. It is freely available. Other people use other kinds of annotation, but what it allows you to do is take connected text, break it into different words, and then break those words into their different pieces, prefixes, suffixes, different types of morphemes, give them their meaning. And ultimately, what you get then is a huge bank of annotated connected speech from which you can derive dictionaries, semantic domain dictionaries, dictionaries that can go into phone apps, but also words in sentences that can then be used for teaching the language. So if I want to create a simple conversational manual, for example, if the right things go into Flex, then I can extract that and create conversational manuals. This is very important for languages that are dying, because I hate to say the word, say that they're going silent because not enough people are speaking them. Well, we can revive and make more people be able to speak them if we can provide the right kinds of teaching materials. And this is an example of the dictionary that can be extracted from connected text in Flex. It gives you a picture, it might give you a sound file, it'll give you the pronunciation, it may give you some sentences, and so on. I would like to share with you that there are many different types of depositors or people who want to work on languages, and we at Coursel have experienced all of them. Some of them, as you see on the left-hand side here, are people who have boxes, like shoe boxes, of cassettes under their bed somewhere, and they're able to come and say, I have this legacy material, things that were collected by my grandparents or my aunt or uncle. Can you use those? So we have worked with Mizo speaker Tangi Changte to work on her cassettes from her family. There are also communities who have collectors who are not linguists per se, but who really like to work on their language. We have depositors who are students of linguistics from all over South Asia, Pakistan, India, for example, who are depositing with us. So training of different sorts, all leading to the same goal of preservation of languages. The thing that is missing right now in South Asia is the archiving piece. without archiving, you cannot have long-term preservation and dissemination. And so one of the things that we are really eager to help with is the idea of partnering with library infrastructure. We do have libraries in India, all throughout India and Pakistan, and they have a particular kind of digital infrastructure. And so these language archives could piggyback off of the infrastructure that exists there. They have a great example of this in Sikkim, the Sidela archive there. So it is definitely possible. But we are trying to train all through this region through our Coursel group in how communities can get together to do this and what kind of partnerships with the library work. So we do something called mediated archiving, which is basically that we look for people who are interested in bringing a collection together, and then my students work with them hand in hand to create the metadata. And we've built in a workflow where they move their files, and then we're able to work with our library to bring those files up and into the digital world. And we hope that this workflow can be then captured and replicated throughout the region with their local libraries taking control of that information. And I encourage you, if you have time, to take a look at the coursel.unt.edu website, because it shows about, I think we have about 12 collections right now, and we're growing. We started about 2 years ago, and we're growing quite rapidly because there's so many people who need this facility. Finally, it's no point in just putting the stuff in the archive and it just sits there. What we've been really excited to find is when it's a community collector and they have put all the stuff in there, they do not just let it sit in there. They use social media to bring their community to the archive. So for example, Prafula Basumatari has put in a large collection of Boro materials along with his colleagues, Krishna Boro and Hirok and others, Bihung Barma, for example. And so this group of Boro speakers use the Boro Facebook page to highlight different parts of what's in the archive and bring their community to the archive. And their goal ultimately is to use the archival materials to teach the language at different levels. And we think this is an ideal use for these archives. They're not there for science only, they're there for actual use. So in addition to that, what we've done is to build what we call Coursel occasional publications. And we are inviting people to publish pedagogical materials that go along with the audio and video that's in our archive. So this is an example of the Boro Facebook page. And so let me then summarize and conclude here. The issue is that there are thousands of languages. Of the 7,000 languages in the world, we know that many of these are going silent because they are not being passed down from generation to generation. The reasons are multiple for this, but one of the main reasons is that they are not being taught and not being spoken, and there is no digital or even paper analog representation of the language that allows young people to soak in the culture and language. By using technology, language documentation has been able to create, or is aiming to create, that database, that data that communities can go back to. Technology has completely changed how well we can do this. It has enriched those possibilities. And our hope is that we really take advantage of it in a positive way and bring the lasting record of this human treasure, right? I think we all agree that language is a human treasure. It holds cultural information and information about individuals, but also about communities. And so we hope that we can use this kind of technology to bring this to all these communities as well as to science. We know that data formats, if we use kind of standardized data formats, we can do cross-language investigation, and through that, really speed up the documentation of additional languages. So all in all, technology can help us with this goal of long-term language preservation and documentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I did forget to point out my recommendations, but I believe they're already on there. Yes, I will turn it. I think you're muted, Dr. Oliveira. You're muted.
Jilwan, you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Now, I couldn't unmute, sorry.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. You bring us very important questions to discuss. I would like to stress the last part of your speech for our discussion, especially the strategies for sharing the information, how communities can access this information and the information can be useful for them. And of course, documentary linguistics opens always bridges with our prior panel on ethical questions, because of course, when you take information from indigenous people, there are sensible questions on sharing this information and on examples that we have on profit-oriented institutions that produce data bank of indigenous language. So we have here a wonderful bridge to the prior panel to discuss. I would like to give the floor now to our colleagues from Uganda, Dr. Sarah Gadu and Eric Nelson, to refer on false information and the impact to the vulnerable. Welcome.
Dr. Sarah Kadu, the President, Uganda Library and Information Association, Uganda. She holds a PhD degree in information science. She is currently the President at ULIA and former Secretary General. With her, Mr. Eric Homba, Senior Librarian, Law Development Center, Uganda. He holds a master degree in science, information. He is also currently a PhD candidate at University of Cape Town, South Africa. You both are welcome.
Thank you so much, organizers. I don't know if my colleague is in the room. Normally, I'm mentoring her, and normally if she's around and we have a few minutes, I normally give him the opportunity to present on our behalf. Eric, are you around? Eric, are you with us? Okay. If Eric is not with us, then I would go ahead and share what we have for you. Colleagues, hi everyone, once again. And we are presenting on the critical ethical reflections on false information and its impact to the vulnerable groups during the current health crisis in Uganda. And we want to give a brief overview. Some of this, which is known to you. On March 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared that the global spread of the novel coronavirus was a pandemic. Although conversations about pandemics are not really new, each pandemic has its own unique features. And for this particular case, the COVID-19 pandemic raises a particular set of concerns for our ethical reflections. False information is not really, is not new to us, and is not news. And there are stories, hoaxes, that are created to deliberately misinform or deceive targeted audience. And for false information, as I just said, it's been with us long time ago. To some of us, the historians, you remember what happened to Egypt. Because of time, I'll not go to that. And those dealing in information are expected to follow strict codes of conduct when practicing. However, with developments in the current information ecosystem, the internet, for instance, has made it very easy for any content creator to publish, share, and consume information and news with very little or no regulations at all that are followed. And to us, this raises a lot of ethical concerns, and it's the focus of our presentation. The aim of this presentation is to critically review the ethical issues arising out of false information that we have been sharing and also creating, the types, characteristics, and the impact to the vulnerable groups. What we consider as vulnerable group to our presentation are the youth, the poor, and elderly. And then finally, we shall give the way forward. At the methodology, we did review a lot of content, and most especially since 2020 to today. We also thought it's important to look at a related concept, which is infodemic. And at its extreme, death can be a tragic outcome of what the World Health Organization has termed as infodemic. And into the World Health Organization, infodemic is overabundance of information, of which some is accurate, and whereas others is not. And it spreads alongside the disease outbreak. And in this case, the infodemic, we want to believe it came out strongly as a result of the corona. Fake information spreads like wildfire, and uncertainty in turn fuels skepticism and distrust among colleagues. I want to share with you a few examples of fake information that has been going on in Uganda. For instance, we have mobile service providers such as MTN, and there was this information taking rounds all the time until it was actually announced by MTN that this is fake information. And they were saying, check your number to see if you have received so and so, and etc. and etc. And also on the Daily Monitor, one of the local newspapers, there has been tweets about the pandemic. And for instance, they are saying 3 killed as riots, as sorts of things, but rotating around the coronavirus. And later on, the original owners come out and say, no, this information is fake. So it could disregard it. And so many examples that we came across. There's also another one that we wish to share with you. Uganda vows to present people spreading fake news about COVID-19. So later on, even if this information comes out, but later on we get to know the truth. But even as information professionals, once we receive the information, we keep on circulating or sharing it, which is also unethical, without actually critically looking at it, evaluating it, looking at the source, the authenticity of such information. And there are so many examples. In the interest of time, we shall not go into so many of them. Now on to the different types of fake news. We want to look at news satire. And you may recall that satire is majorly something that involves use of humor or exaggeration to present audiences with new updates. So there's been a lot of satire on fake news, satire, fake information around COVID-19. Secondly, we want to look at the news a news parody. And this particular one shares many characteristics with satire, as both rely on humor as a means of drawing an audience. Instead of providing direct commentary on current affairs through humor, parody plays on the issues and highlights them by making entirely fictitious news stories. So the stories that come out of this humor are not true stories. And 3 are the fabrication of news. And 4, photo manipulation. You've seen people manipulating photographs. Recently, here in Uganda, yes, there were some deaths because of the second wave, but some of them were exaggerated. People kept on announcing big shots in the government that they have passed on, yet in and whether they have succumbed to COVID-19, but in actual sense, after a week or 3 days, the families come out and say, no, the person is still alive. And they reached the extent of even pronouncing our president dead due to COVID-19 and using his real picture, but I think it was manipulated. And some of us cannot tell whether this is a genuine picture or photograph or it isn't. And 5, there has been a lot of fake information through advertising and public relations. Fake news has also been used to describe advertising materials in the disguise of genuine news reports, as well as referring to the press releases. And that was literature review. And I think it has also happened to us here. There has also been, there is another type called propaganda, which refers to news stories created by political entity. The politicians here have taken advantage of the pandemic to influence people and also win them over their side by twisting the stories over COVID and saying that the way it was handled, it was not the best. For instance, during the school shutdown, the politicians were giving ideas that they wouldn't have shut down the economy, they wouldn't have shut down the schools, and etc. and etc. And it's like the whole issue of COVID-19 was not existing. And that I think was also very unfortunate. We want now to move on to the characteristics of fake news. There are several characteristics of fake news, but we are going to look at only 5 briefly. There is the false connection, misleading content, fabricated content, false context, and imposter content. These have created a lot of mix-up and putting everyone on tension, reaching the extent of people being advised to go for vaccination, and they don't want to do that because of a lot of false information around this particular vaccine and the origin and etc. and etc. And as I speak, many people wouldn't even want to hear me if I shared that I was vaccinated. They don't want to hear that. They say you are in trouble, you are going to die the following day. And of course, some of this information is very misleading. They'll tell you if you maybe steamed using concoctions ABC, you are going to be immune or you'll never contract the virus. And some people take so long to go to hospitals and consequently they die because of those fake concoctions, the fabricated content, the false context, and etc. I want now to quickly move on to the ethical issues around all these information that we are hearing. On my screen, and I'm sure you two are able to see what I'm sharing with you, out of the stories that I've just shared briefly, we think these are the ethical issues arising out of them. There is the false sense of urgency or false sense of impotency, which to us we think is very unethical. For instance, Ugandan workers injected with water instead of coronavirus vaccine. And it is a big story. It's circulating on fake websites. and everyone is quick to share this. And I think no one can do that because the whole pandemic was involved even with the World Health Organization, which approves all these vaccines. So there is no way people would even think of this, that whatever vaccine has come into the country is not the real vaccine, but water properly packaged, and then it's what people are being vaccinated with. And also there was another one from the Ministry of Education and Sports. They said the calendar of schools has changed and etc. and etc. And then the ministry came out and said, no, we disown that such communication. We are not party to that. So the leader unethical. And then there has been a lot of slander and defamation in the country as a result of the pandemic. For instance, all the money that was collected by task force to fight COVID-19 was stolen. And this was all over. And everyone was like, these Ugandans must be very corrupt or good thieves. How can they steal the money that was meant for this pandemic and etc. and etc. So you can see, and they mirror the website and it looks so genuine. And sometimes the government comes up and say, you people, this cannot happen. So all this is unethical. So another example here we want to say, 7 sues monitor publications for defamation. And sometimes even the local newspapers do not even establish the authenticity or reliability of this information, but they go ahead because they want readership. They want to come to sale and get money out of it. So they end up publishing this fake information for the sake of inciting the public, the communities, and the rest. Another ethical issue that we are considering in our presentation is the issuance of wrong COVID-19 results and certificates. You know, whenever there is an event, an initiative, also other people come in. So there were some people wanted quick fixing. So they came up with similar features of the vaccination cards. And then they were issuing them to people. They are telling them that, you know, if you go for the real vaccine, your lifespan is going to be maybe less by 10 years. Better take this for the sake of getting away with it. And then it was all over. So people ran and paid their money. And remember, at the beginning, the vaccine came in bits, maybe like 4,000 doses. That is not a fact that I've established, but I'm giving an example. So they say, now, when will you ever get your vaccine? Better take this shortcut. And I think that is unethical, and especially on matters relating to health. And our government, again, insists that no, especially the civil servants, they are not supposed to go back to work if they are not fully vaccinated. So people want to take the shortcut. And also the wrongdoers on the other side are making money out of this by also taking part. And there is a lot of fraud going on, which to us we think is also unethical. For instance, there was this running all over, top Ugandan officials arrested in COVID-19, purchasing scandal. So those who are supposed to engage other government assisting us to donate or bring in the medicines ended up being arrested because they engaged in some scandals. And another example is COVID-19, Ugandan officials faced jail over food prices. You know, when our country was on lockdown, total lockdown, everyone was not working. And then, so they called upon, the government called upon the donors, well-wishers, etc., to donate food, which food was centrally managed and then distributed to the communities. but then the vulnerable groups, it disappeared somehow, somewhere. So we call this fraud, and it's unethical to us. And then there is a lot of increase in human rights abuse, which also we think it's unethical. There has been an increased sexual abuse, increased child labor, extortion through false pretense, and etc. and etc. Those are school children that have been violated by COVID-19 lockdowns. The impact to the vulnerable groups, all that we've just shared has had an impact on the youth, on the poor and elderly. The last photograph I shared was of the youth. They are school-going children, and they are out of school now. And the poor, because you are poor, you can't afford certain things, then they take advantage of your poverty and tell lies to you. To the elderly, because some of them are not illiterate, especially the print literacy is lacking. They cannot read for themselves. They take advantage of that. So Uganda is experiencing adverse health systems, emergencies, and related social and economic impacts as a result of COVID-19. And this is triggering unprecedented response measures by government, including enhancing the health systems and also imposing restrictions and lockdowns. And as they prepare for the surge in cases, more misleading information has been spreading throughout the country. And for instance, those posts that I've showed you on Facebook, on Twitter, and others. And on the contrary, the use of masks serves well in limiting spread of virus, but then you find certain information is that don't wear these masks. They are instead going to make you suffocate and you will die. The elderly, the poor, and the youth are more susceptible to false information. And this has led to dangers associated with promoting of unproven medicines, such as misinformation in the vast majority of cases, downplays the mitigation efforts by causing people to either ignore the supposed preventative measures being set aside by the medical experts, or even using them to justify behaviors they want to engage in, such as avoiding wearing masks or disregarding the objective of social distancing to limit the spread of the virus. There has also been racial tensions and violent attacks. One group fights against the other for the reasons most known to them. There's also been political harm. You know, I belong to this party and the other, and so because your party is in the ruling regime, you can't say this, we should do this and the other for the sake of safety of the population. So all these struggles have been going on, and there's been a lot of fraud. So the vaccination is free of charge. But when you are poor, they tell you, and you don't read, you don't have this information. These crooks will tell you, give us maybe $5. We do vaccinate the entire family, and they will use water, not even the vaccine itself. And there's also been online mob attacks or the cyber attacks going on. And also the resistance to vaccination due to a lot of misleading information. In conclusion, what are we saying? The seriousness of this pandemic or crisis has reinforced the need for reliable, accurate journalism that can inform and educate populations. But it has also reminded us how open we have become to conspiracies and misinformation. Journalists no longer control access to information, while greater reliance on social media and other platforms give people access to a wider range of sources and alternative facts, some of which are at odds with official advice, misleading, or simply false. From a broader perspective, the onus of responsibility in mitigating the proliferation of fake news requires a complementary effort by a variety of end users of technology. Since most of this fake news moves very fast with the social media platforms, And then we are making 3 recommendations. One, that we should always evaluate the websites and articles that we normally share through social media platforms. And secondly, we should always ask, is there a sensational headline? Because many fake news items or sites earn money by getting you to click on the headlines. For instance, the clickbaits. If the article has an outrageous title or wild claim that makes you want to click or read more, look beyond the first few lines and try to find the evidence behind the claim. We thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sara, for your typology and for the rich examples. I would say these examples we would find in most of the countries. So the relevance of your work and the contrast of your presentation on the dangers of the facilities of technology for spreading misinformation. So we are speaking here from not from preservation of information, but from the opposite, from the destruction of information. And so your presentation dialogue very well with the next one from Professor Partha Pratim Das, that will bring us an opposite example from opportunities created by pandemics and the technological leap that we can have with the use of new technologies for preservation and spreading information. The presentation of Professor Partha Pratim Das.
Professor Parth Pratim Das, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. He's a professor at the Department of Computer Sciences and Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. He's also the joint principal investigator of National Digital Library of India project by Ministry of Education, Government of India. He leads the initiative to integrate the digital repositories of various institutions and publishers across India. His current areas of interest include software productivity and quality, human-computer interaction, computer analysis of Indian classical dance, and technology-enhanced learning. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start by sharing my presentation. So, welcome everyone. I will take you through very briefly our initiative, which is called One Library All of India, National Digital Library of India. So my title is Lightening the Darkness of Pandemic, Lightning Through Libraries, the case of Indian National Digital Library of India. I mean, pandemic struck as a lightning and it has lightened us in several ways of lot more we can do and we should. So NDLI, as we call it in short, has a vision of building up a national knowledge asset for every kind of learner, education, research, cultural heritage, innovation, and so on. And our mission is to create a 24/7 enabled, integrated, ubiquitous digital knowledge source and preserve the rich cultural heritage, the digital in a digital form. So the digital heritage of India, so to say. Our primary motto are two. One is to be open in every possible way. Not only open in terms of contents, of course, we support that very strongly and try to pursue on that, but also open in terms of the technologies, in terms of the platforms we build, the software we use, and in terms of the mindset and attitude that we carry through this whole thing, because information can be disseminated and preserved only if we have a completely open mindset. The other motto we follow strongly is being inclusive. Inclusive in terms of languages, inclusive in terms of subject areas, in terms of levels of user and different requirements they have and so on. So with this, this is just to give you a picture of how does the entire ecosystem of digital learning or technology-enabled learning look at in India. This is kind of the first picture we created in 2015 when we first approached the ministry for this project. That's there had been a lot of initiatives in terms of providing national scale digital learning provisions through Swayam Prabha. Swayam is a self-actuation program for going through video recorded courses with assignments and get credits out of that with credit transfer possible nowadays. And Swayam Prabha is a set of direct to home channels bringing you education and so on and so forth. Of course, at that time, we did not could not conceive that there'll be a day when this will become the lifeline of the country. So that is what pandemic turned it into. And so National Digital Library of India was planned and positioned to provide the knowledge repository, both in terms of the internet channel as well as through the mobile channels. So currently, NDLI is both on web. You can go to Google and just type National Digital Library of India. This will be the topmost link. You go there and you can see this home page. And it is available on mobile through Android as well as iOS apps. You can use them either. So before proceeding further, I would like to take you through a video which will give you an idea about the project as well as specifically what did we do or what we were posed with during the COVID crisis. This video was actually presented for Open Education Global Award, which we recently received. So I will stop this presentation and take you to the video.
Our former world, our way of living, went away in a matter of weeks. These are not just lines and numbers. Within these numbers are our loved ones. Within these numbers are our friends and family, our work, our livelihoods. Within these numbers are our people. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary effort. We are the National Digital Library of India. This is our story. Sponsored by the MHRD Government of India, the NDLI's mission has been to create a national knowledge asset, a single-window knowledge repository available in 10 Indian languages that will transcend the barriers of geography and language to deliver quality education and create effective learning environments for students across socio-economic strata. Every year of the NDLI's growth has been a steep and diverse learning curve, where unexpected opportunities brought unforeseen challenges. Standing today, the NDLI has more than 35 million contents delivered through multiple platforms. It has more than 5 million users from across the country, learners of all ages and from all places. When the virus hit India, the NDLI was uniquely placed to digitally unite the world's largest democracy. On 24th March 2020, 900 universities, 40,000 colleges and 1.3 million schools across India went under complete lockdown. As a country of 1.3 billion, we lost not just lives but also livelihoods. At the NDLI, we had not seen darker times. Our actions never felt as important. Unforeseen challenges bring unexpected opportunities. The devastation in the Indian economy called for countrywide adaptability. As gatekeepers of India's knowledge economy, our mission was not just to evolve, but to transform overnight. Our first response to the pandemic was the rapid rollout of the Study at Home segment for schools and universities. A national COVID research resource repository soon followed for students, researchers, and entrepreneurs across the country seeking to hack the crisis. Next, we released exam preparatory for schools, colleges, and entrance exams. We parallelly ran a nationwide crowdsourcing of educational material, social media outreach programs. Our 48 million strong repository was overhauled into an EdTech service platform within a matter of weeks. A feat that would have perhaps been impossible had our motto not been open and inclusive since inception in 2015. Our COVID transformation journey has been driven on the back of day-to-day agility, moving from a repository focus to a service focus. Our resilience in the face of mass closures of educational institutes was met with thunderous solidarity, as daily page views grew 5 times to 100,000, and users ranging from school students to educators and lifelong learners started tuning in to #FightBackCovid-19. Public and open access to quality content has always been our core value. At our hour of greatest need, we could open our doors wider because of our open source platform, content, and policies. As India fights COVID, the NDLI is serving at the front lines as a knowledge partner. Looking back at the overhaul of a 48 million plus metadata mammoth into an agile, service-based AI platform in a period of 60 days, our hope is to ride this transformation to further scale and social relevance. The new face of NDLI aims to educate, enable, and empower so that not just a privileged few, but all India can learn, share, and grow despite the crisis.
Thank you. This gives a basic idea about how we have been going through this pandemic time, and how as a service offering, how this library has been growing. So in the remaining time, I'll take you through a basic analysis of how do you react to such a very big disruptive phenomena. So we are always working for change for the better. And if you look at, there are several factors, but I'm just focusing on 2 major factors which have impacted over decades the overall information preservation field. On one side is a planning. You keep on planning. As you transform your systems from a purely physical system to digitally supported system, to from face-to-face classes to classes with audio visuals, then supportive classes and so on. So you do a planning, and the other side is a disruption. Certainly you planned a lot so that your disruption is low. And that's the basic strategy people would say is the best. So if we look at the kind of early digital library times, this is all that we were having: physical books, physical space, catalog referencing and all that. The planning was low, so was the disruption. And then during that, say the 2 decades before COVID happened, the world started moving towards digital learning, online platforms, and so on. So digital books came in addition to the physical books. There was multimedia contents coming in, search and browse features, access anytime, anywhere. And these are these transformative forms of the physical library into a digital equivalent, which is anytime, anywhere, was supplemented by a lot of other developments in terms of distance and online learning, flipped classrooms, learning management system, virtual university, and so on. But certainly the planning was very, very high, so that we do not disrupt anything that is already established. And therefore, the progress was really low. And then certainly the lightning strikes. On 23rd March 2020, 900 universities, 40,000 colleges are closed in India. There's no education for the kids. There's no education for the higher education learners and so on. So you transform from a highly planned and less disruptive system to a system which is completely disrupted. Institutions closed, back to home for students, examinations cancelled, conferences called off, and certainly there is a emergence of the potential that was there in terms of online classes, online evaluation, online conferences, and digital library becomes kind of the center of learning, not a supportive part, but it becomes a center of learning as it happens, as you have high disruption and no opportunity to plan. Every reaction was within a matter of couple of weeks. So we responded very strongly by changing our whole model from a kind of repository-based library to a service-based library. So we launched a study from home for every sector of the students, whether it is in school or in colleges, whether in engineering or medical, everywhere. We created user-specific collections to study during this time from home, and it has been very, very successful. And the examinations were coming around the corner, so students needed the suggestions, they needed question papers, solutions, tutorials. We collected a whole lot of that and provided the exam preparatory. We also realized that very soon that COVID is not something of a transitory, medical phenomenon. It is something which is going to very broadly impact the way we live, the society, the economy, every aspect of that. So it's not only the medical science that needs to do research, but every sphere, whether it's transportation, banking, education, everywhere you need to do research to find out newer ways to survive with this lightning effect. So we certainly created specific scholarly publications, collections for different sectors. We collated a lot of open data sets because in today's time of data science, it is the data sets that only can keep you going in the research. Then several documents and authentic videos, specific journals to publish your COVID impact research, the conferences that's happening, the ideas, the startups and challenges, and this became really, really very useful. And we appealed to several leading academicians in the country at a school level as well as a national level, that whatever good lectures they were providing to their students, if they can record and provide that. So we had we started a crowdfunding knowledge sourcing, which also proved to be very, very useful. And therefore, consequently, when we made these releases, our footfall, which used to be about 20,000 a day, roughly, shot to about 200,000 a day. And certainly there are several media accolades and ministry recognitions that kept on coming. So question is, what next? The clear sky after this thunder. So we have had a lot of planning, low disruption. We have had high disruption and low planning. And certainly what we need to learn from here is that we need to obviously do a lot of good planning, but we have to live with this disruption in a bigger way. And digital library will be for knowledge in action. And access for all, which has been duly recognized in the recently published National Education Policy, rural libraries, broadband accesses across K-12 and higher education, open knowledge and accreditation, open space for interaction, all these we perceive would be the key areas of development post this, the kind of period that we are slowly starting to live in. And we hope that NDLI would be able to provide a lot of leadership in terms of that. These are some of the accolades we have got. You saw the video from this Open Education Awards presentation. And also coming to the recommendations, you may have seen that already, it's included. So I would just like to recommend two things from the perspective of National Digital Library of India, that we all, for information to be preserved, we need to be open and inclusive. Only if we share information, make it accessible to all, open contents available for all sections of readers, only then we can preserve the information better. So National Digital Library of India will be ready to provide any kind of help for wider dissemination and recognition of different institutions who share open information. And the other that I would like to highlight is all this openness and information preservation has brought into context the issue of copyright, which more and more we are getting digital. More and more that question is coming up as to, are we honoring copyright rightly? So to address that question in India, we have recently released a copyright guide for Indian libraries prepared by leading copyright specialist of Supreme Court and released by Justice Pratibha M. Singh on the last National Librarians Day. And we would say that this is something which everybody should go through and try to follow to honor the copyright both in the physical and the digital space. Thank you all for your attention, and I close.
Thank you very much, Professor Partha, for your positive contribution, for the new ideas you bring us, especially the idea that information does not exist outside interaction and outside the interest of users. So you brought us a perspective of reorientation of our practices through technologies. Now we are going to go to the high north to invite our colleague Alexei Tsikharev from Karelia in Russia to come back to the topic of indigenous languages, but from the point of view of media and information preservation. Please.
Mr. Alexei Tsikharev, Center for Support of Indigenous Peoples and Civic Diplomacy, Young Karelia, Russia, holds a master's degree in linguistics. He is a lifetime activist for the rights of indigenous people in Russia, and his academic publications include focus on indigenous people's rights, particularly in the area of language and culture. So you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Oliveira, for moderating this session, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to speak. Let me first share the presentation. So before I begin substantively speaking about indigenous languages as carriers of traditional and contemporary knowledge, I would like to bring greetings from my colleagues, members of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. This is a global platform at the United Nations that is responsible for advising the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations on indigenous issues, including such areas as socioeconomic development, culture, education, environment, health, and human rights. And indigenous people's languages is, of course, a part of this deliberations that we have at the United Nations Permanent Forum. In 2016, the Permanent Forum suggested member states to proclaim an International Year of Indigenous Languages. And that suggestion was taken aboard by the United Nations General Assembly, and with consensus, all member states proclaimed 2019 as International Year of Indigenous Languages, with the goal to bring attention to the critical loss of indigenous languages all over the world. That year was held under the slogan "Indigenous Languages Matter for Development, Peace Building and Reconciliation, which already brought a lot of new discourse to the discussion about indigenous languages. At the end of 2019, UN General Assembly, by consensus, decided to proclaim the International Decade of Indigenous Languages in order to have more time to elaborate on development plan for each endangered language and proceed to urgent action. It was also acknowledged that indigenous languages are not only a traditional knowledge keepers, but also a resource for the resolution of so many global crises, such as climate change. Most recently, last week, I attended the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, Russian Far East, where indigenous languages and multilingualism in cyberspace were considered in the context of the creative economy. The discussion of issues of linguistic diversity and creative industries at the largest economic forum demonstrates a significant shift in the mentality of states, businesses, and indigenous peoples. These topics are no longer perceived as exclusively humanitarian issues, and they are now seen as an important component of the infrastructure of stable and successful economic relations. It was emphasized that multilingualism in cyberspace and the creative economy are intersectoral topics and require the interaction of all players capable of influencing the situation. Indigenous peoples possess unique knowledge that becomes a source of inspiration and creativity. This should ensure a role for them in the dynamically developing sector of the creative economy and strengthen the social and economic stability of their territories. Meeting participants suggested that language planning, digitalization, and creating unique content in indigenous languages would be the focus in the coming years. Multilingual media and education resources that offer creative people opportunities for learning, development, and creativity will be in demand. Those projects that mainstream the cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and languages of indigenous peoples would be supported not only by states, but also by large companies that consider such investments as investments in the stability and sustainability of their own businesses. Meanwhile, the international community has identified endangerment of indigenous languages as one of the global challenges for the humanity. As researchers and policymakers have begun to understand, the challenge of indigenous languages is related to other major challenges, such as addressing climate change, preserving biological diversity, and fostering peace and security. Therefore, their connection with both traditional knowledge and contemporary knowledge can be drawn. Contemporary research on languages examines language vitality and diversity not only in terms of linguistic theory, but also in light of diplomacy, media, science, and other disciplines. Going beyond traditional understanding of languages as tools for communication or vehicles of cultural heritage brings us closer to understanding of their less obvious functions in conflict prevention, political participation, habitat preservation, food security, gender equality, and human rights more generally. The idea that indigenous languages provide for unity, prosperity, and dignity becomes more and more visible in the current research and policy. Contemporary research identifies at least two realms, diplomacy and media, in which the role of indigenous languages reveals new dimensions that are important for understanding. The current global crisis in international relations, along with a new wave of regional and local conflicts and violence, has inspired researchers to analyze the role of languages in diplomacy. At a fundamental level, languages have traditionally served to identify friend versus enemies, as David Layton says in his article, Language, Conflict and Violence. The link between language, culture, and identity is often so strong that a single phonemic feature suffices to identify someone's membership in a given group. In this regard, language has often been associated with conflict and misunderstanding, but language differences can also be associated with peace and conflict resolution. Leading practices in contemporary diplomacy, including the United Nations' own training in peacekeeping and conflict prevention, require identifying the root causes of conflicts. In this process, using the mother tongue of a counterpart might be the best way to get heard and understood correctly. Some concepts that are critical to disputes, for example, understanding the cultural or ecological significance of contested lands or resources, may be uniquely expressed in an indigenous language. A model of diplomacy that complements the United Nations approach emphasizes the role of indigenous peoples' own laws, customs, and traditions in promoting good relationships, reconciliation, and healing between parties. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Articles 11 and 27 states that indigenous peoples' laws, customs, traditions must be used to adjudicate and resolve indigenous peoples' claims to lands, as well as cultural, intellectual, religious, and spiritual prosperity. These articles implicate language in two ways. First, indigenous peoples' processes of peacemaking may be uniquely expressed in the indigenous languages. And second, the substance of the issues, for example, description of land loss, or spirituality, may require description and elaboration in these languages. For example, Rachel Goldberg and Brian Blank have identified the Haudenosaunee condolence ceremony as having a role in resolving ongoing treaty claims. Using indigenous processes in diplomacy or peacemaking between states and indigenous peoples may help to alleviate problems of reconciliation processes, including that they may re-traumatize indigenous participants. Another important dimension in the current research embraces the function of indigenous languages as a repository of memory and traditional knowledge. For example, today's research shows that ways of using plants in traditional medicine, spiritual practices, nutrition, and livelihoods can be found in the linguistic code. The correlations between linguistic and biological diversity seem very powerful in their specific articulation of an interlinkage between human ecological knowledge embedded in language and environmental sustainability. This should inspire policy and decision makers to include indigenous peoples in the climate change solutions, biodiversity, and natural disaster risk reduction plans. In this regard, I would like to refer to my colleagues, UN Permanent Forum members Hindu Ibrahim's recent study, Indigenous Peoples and Climate Change. Summing up, I would like to underline that indigenous languages are critical for modern development and democracy, providing that indigenous languages are critical for modern development and democracy, providing peace and grounds for inclusive and participatory coexistence of different languages speaking communities. Indigenous languages have the full potential to contribute to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the development agenda that will replace SDGs. Moreover, in the era in which international institutions are prioritizing development that is successful not only from an economic perspective, but also in terms of environmental sustainability, indigenous traditional knowledge will be critical. States should abandon all types of policies that only consider languages from the cultural heritage and folklore perspective, and shall attempt to consider them as carriers of both traditional and contemporary knowledge. Two recommendations that I already sent to the organizers of the conference. One, investments in preservation of multilingualism and well-being of indigenous languages may lead to effective conflict prevention and resolution and embodies the inclusive model of multilateral diplomacy. And second, there is a need for deeper investigation of the correlations between linguistic diversity, biological diversity, climate solutions, and economic prosperity. And finally, Mr. Chair, I would like to refer to this website that we created here in the Northwest Russia and the Baltic Sea region as part of the International Year of Indigenous Languages to shed the light to some good practices in Russia and this Baltic Sea region in terms of revitalization, digitalization, and development of indigenous languages. Having said that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And if there are any questions, would be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alexey Karev. I think you presented us a very interesting perspective on looking at languages not only from the point of view of linguistic rights of minorities, but from the point of view of languages as resources in different ways, in different perspectives, and not only resources to the community themselves, but as resources for humanity. In that aspect, I would like to refer our colleague Evgeny Kuzmin that in many opportunities said us in the wonderful conferences he organized in Siberia in prior years, that the best way to preserve languages is using them. So the use of languages, exactly what our colleague from India, Dr. Partha, said before, the best way for preserving information is using information and inviting new agents to participate in this flow and taking part in the interactions that information allows us. So thank you all for keeping the time and for the interesting presentation. I think we can go to one or two questions due to the time. And our colleague Siva Prasad has a comment. Dr. Siva, would you like to tell your comment?
I find the presentations of Professor Shobhana and also Professor Alexei. It's very interesting because there is a good connect between the two from different dimensions. Because I'm an anthropologist and I'm interested in looking at both perspectives. Language as the carrier of knowledge and also as a means by which the resources are conserved, and now in the current environmental crisis that we have, these are useful. But the question that remains is, how do we go about them? Like very few scholars have been working on, because I'm also involved in some NGO groups with whom we are working to first digitalize, create library, create dictionaries, etc. That effort is only on a small scale. It requires a large scale kind of effort. And also trying to look at in the second presentation by Alexei is that because there is a link of the knowledge with the resources and the livelihoods. If the resources vanish, then your knowledge becomes defunct, because livelihoods will completely vanish, because there is a link. So how do we link? Because knowledge is the carrier, the language is the carrier. How do we link these and make it, because now it's all the more important because of the environmental crisis, how the traditional knowledge systems through recovering the languages and the knowledge systems, how do we ensure? Because that is one kind of thing, because we are working in smaller groups, but then that need to be scaled up, because we need a larger collaborations. How do we go about it? These are the two things I wanted to pose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siva. Dr. Shobhana Cheria has a question, I suppose, to Dr. Pratapatim. You can make the question, please.
Okay, I was just asking about, or I was just commenting on, we do have copyright rules and so on, but it seems like one of the barriers to this really embracing open access is that we haven't trained a lot of people in good citation practices, so that when things are open access, then people feel like, okay, I have been given credit because you know, people know how to cite and write in that citation form. So I think the same thing happens with our endangered language archives. We have good citation methods, and then people can say, okay, that data set came from this particular author or so on. So I just wanted to say that citation is something that I would love to work on more.
Absolutely. I fully agree. But it is true that there is a huge amount of the video is little old, but we currently have about 72 million records, of which 50 million are actually open access and freely available in full text. So people are contributing a lot, including a lot in the authors' archives and those kind of citation supportive methods. And that would really help the information preservation movement to go further.
Thank
May I
you.
respond?
Yeah. Yes, please.
I was wondering if I could respond to Professor Ram Bhatla's comments about the fact that there are so many languages that need to be covered, and we need really a massive effort. And I just wanted to agree with that and ask, if that is, I know that in India, money has been put towards this through the government. And it seems like that was really a very top-down approach. And so maybe in the next iteration, it could be top-down and bottom-up, with a lot of community members who are not linguists being supported in basic documentation methods. And this might be a way of increasing the numbers of languages that are covered. Thank you. Thanks.
Very right.
I would say that in the future, it would be very exciting to see, Dr. Shobhana, good examples how these communities are using these resources. For example, to access information or to put the languages in this context our colleague Alexei Tsikarev described as tools for sustainable development and diplomatic and political participation. The same for information, as we had here the example from our colleague from India and our colleague from Uganda. So if we don't have any question anymore, I would like to thank you very much in the name of the UNESCO Chair on Language Policies for Multilingualism. Multilingualism is always present in our conferences and in our perspectives on information ethics, information preservation, and so on. So it's a pleasure and an honor for our chair to have the University of Hyderabad as a distinguished member, founder member, in the person of Professor Prabhakara Rao. And I would like to give you the floor again, and thank you for the bright organization of this conference and the participation in our UNESCO chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Jilwan, for chairing the session. It is a very interesting session, actually, because as both of us as linguists, we liked the presentation of Shobha and Alexa and comments of Professor Shiv Prasad. It is very interesting to link between language documentation and libraries. This is a very good approach. And I think this has to be effectively used when Pratima Das has said that we have very good repositories now, online repositories available. So whatever repository is available with regard to the languages, online repository, should be effectively used for language documentation of Indian languages, especially indigenous languages. That would be a right approach. And we have in University of Hyderabad, Center for Endangered Languages and Mother Tongue Studies. I think now, after listening to Professor Shobhana, we have to work together for improving our language documentation effectively, using the online resources or digital library resources for language documentation. Thank you very much. I thank all the speakers in this session for their very good presentation. And before taking break for 5 minutes, with your permission, I would like to have a short presentation of our very important colleague, Daniel Sikazwe, who missed yesterday, who could not, due to connectivity problem, who could not able to make presentation. Now he will make a brief presentation on, 1 minute. He will make a brief presentation on the value of artificial intelligence in establishing journalistic truth in democracies raised by information uncertainty. Please. Daniel, the floor is yours now.
Professor Daniel Sikazwe, Zambian chapter of International PEN Zambia. He's the executive secretary of the Zambian chapter of International PEN. He also teaches journalism at the Zambian Institute of Mass Communication and has been working in the field of journalism for more than 2 decades. You're welcome, sir.
Daniel. He has just joined. He is there. Daniel.
He seems to be having an audio problem.
Yeah, must be.
Your audio is not there. No.
Okay. What we will, yeah.
Daniel, your audio is not there.
My audio.
No. Daniel's.
His video is not also there.
No. Sir, then Paina cursor. Daniel video. Paina Alexa Pakaki.
No, it's not audible at all.
Yeah, we know. Okay, then we will just take 5 minutes cultural break. Then we will come back to the valedictory. Okay, thank you.
So we are missing the Daniel, sorry.
Yeah, again we are missing Daniel.
Yesterday you were to be there.
Yeah.
Because there is some connectivity problem, it looks like. Audio.
Yeah. I hope that all of you have enjoyed the Bhangra of, it is a Punjabi dance, very famous dance in India. Thank you. Now we will come back to our final session, valedictory session. Now I request, before requesting Professor Jan Graf to deliver the valedictory address, I request my office to briefly present his bio.
Professor Jean Willem de Graaf, Saxion University of Applied Sciences. Besides being a clinical psychologist, Dr. Jan Willem de Graaf is also trained in artificial intelligence and neuropsychology. He has a PhD from University of Groningen on dynamic systems theory in development psychology. You're welcome.
Yeah, now may I request Professor Jan Graf to deliver the valedictory address.
All right. Good evening. Thank you. I'll share my screen. Waarom doet dit niet? Host disabled screen sharing. Could you please allow me to share my screen?
Yeah, we have already co-hosted you, sir. Is it okay now?
Jouw screen is out. Oké. Maar kom ik aan mijn PowerPoint nu? Onderaan. Gewoon naar mijn... wacht even. Ik ga naar dit.
Just give me 1 second, sir. We are doing it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
From an evolutionary point of view, man is a bad adapter, but has learned through culture and technology to adapt to the environment, As a naked monkey with no tusk and relatively few muscle strength, human culture and technology bypassed a small natural habitat. Evolution was sidetracked. Already with the appearance of modern man, some 250,000 years ago, man had 3 important techniques at his disposal. First, language, religion, ethics, philosophy and logic, laws, mathematics and code. Second, leverage, hammers, scrapers, and a little later, wheels and pulleys, crankshafts and hydraulics. And third, fire.
Kunnen ze iets nieuws zien? Volgens mij niet. Kennen we het?
Geeft niks. And much later, electricity and nuclear energy. It was not until the computer age that both mechanical and energetic processes could be directly controlled through code. With this, language took its crown position. We have outsourced various survival processes to technological equipment. For instance, digestion, pre-cooking, to the pans and the fire in our kitchen, keeping warm to animal furs, wools, plastic and heaters, and memory and thought process to cave drawings, books, and now also smart devices. Despite our naturally limited scope.
Professor Graf, sorry to stop you. Now we have made you co-host. If you have slides, you can present.
Ja, ze kunnen niet zien.
You have been registered under 3 names, the same name, but we did not know which name. But I think now we have co-hosted you. You can share your slides if you have. Sorry.
Could you send to him? De PowerPoint besturen. Ze kunnen niet zien, dit.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nee, is dat een big deal?
Why doesn't it work? Could you please take it open? Yes. Now you can click on this one. Yeah, wait. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, then we proceed. I'm very sorry.
You have to click on the.
Yes. Well, already with the appearance of modern man, some 250,000 years ago, man had three important techniques at his disposal: language, leverage, fire. It was not until the computer age that both mechanical and energetic processes could be directly controlled through code. With this, language took its own crowning position. We have outsourced various survival processes to technological equipment, for instance, digestion, pre-cooking, to the pans and the fire in our kitchen, keeping warm to animal furs, wool, plastic and heaters, and memory and thought processes to cave drawings, books, and also now smart devices. Despite our naturally limited biotope, through technology, we rule the entire planet, almost without evolutionary adaptation. A qualitative species became quantitative, large scale through technology. From a human point of view, our journey through history appears to be a great success, but is it? 7.8 billion people are living right now. That is 7.1% of all the 110 billion people that have ever lived. They make up 36% of all mammalian biomass. In addition, 60% of the total mammalian biomass is made up by consumption cattle. So only 4% is left for all other mammals. 70% of all birds on Earth are poultry, mostly chicken, again kept in factory farming for our consumption. Obviously, our evolutionary flaws, which also include a slow reproduction rate, a very long gestation period with only one offspring per litter, are successfully bypassed. Our own slow biological reproduction capabilities have been compensated by external reproduction technology, which is reflected in transferable culture and technologies such as storytelling, ID sharing, instrument use, copy-paste technology, and now monocultures. Cultural diversity is under pressure. We are approaching the world through the same streaming services and social media apps. As a result, we increasingly communicate through the same images, music, and even speak the same language, English. Both English and smart technology are colonizing forces that have achieved what seemed impossible for thousands of years. Babylonian confusion of tongues is now largely evaporating. While we take advantage of the products that multinationals serve, we are increasingly colonized by them. ITL, in the loop. The entire human enterprise, the development of culture and technology, and thus the exclusion of evolution, rests on special human, mental, psychological capacities. And as a result, emerging technology must also be viewed from a psychological perspectives. Monocultures began to form our thoughts, needs, and wishes in a global state. They produced a gigantic melting pot in which biological and cultural diversity declined. However, infinite growth from finite resources is impossible. I will highlight a few aspects of emerging technologies from a psychological point of view. Man disrupts the planet, its environment, diversity, and with it also its own future perspectives and thus life fulfillment. Moreover, technology, however disrupted it is still gaining momentum. Developments are currently moving at lightning speed. Even policymakers and governments can't keep up and regulate it when they absolutely have to. It is impossible to cover all emerging technologies, so we'll discuss a few common themes behind the developments: digital thinking, declining diversity, and global unification.
Dit is wat ze het sinds klik naar die.
Ja, dan zie je niks meer. Dat kan niet, jongens. Het kan echt niet. Het is jammer. Technology has sidelined biology. Evolutionary adaptations are very limited. A little more or less pigment in response to the conditions of the sunlight, resulting in really only one human race. Therefore, racial discrimination is actually cultural discrimination. To understand human behavior and its motives, we need psychology instead of biology, because human cognition, emotions, has not really changed in the few hundred of thousand years of our existence. By nature, we had to divide tasks into caring for the children, community, and providing food. We were constantly on the guard for dangers. In times of plenty, much was eaten and converted into body fat, because times of scarcity were always lurking. Collaboration, looking for partners, caring for each other, hunting, suspicion, and short-term planning are psychological fundamentals that are deeply rooted in our genome. However, in a large-scale organized technological world, our biological shortcomings are compensated. Machine predictability has replaced uncertainty, while we did not change psychologically. We still make up for our insecurity through suspicion and friendships, and especially through consumption in times of abundance. But now, in the rich world, there is a constant abundance of food, information, and partners that make us both obese and anorexic. Short-term gratification is an ancient psychological mechanism that remains visible in our modern existence. Obesity in the mechanized world and hunger in the non-mechanized world, which moreover has to contend with the dire consequences of our global colonization that place a heavy burden on the planet and the environment. Biodiversity is declining. Environmental disasters are common, and our children will have a very difficult time keeping the inherited world livable. George Boole developed the algebra for a truth function in a logical system, true or false. Something is blue or something is not blue. A Boolean function can only have either of two values, off or on, 0 or 1. However, not all things of value can be captured in Boolean functions. Is art true or is science true? And if it appears to be possible to capture something in such function, the value cannot be determined. Is something art or not? Is something beautiful or ugly, good or bad, new or old? Trying to capture our world in Boolean values will turn out to lead to absolutism, populism, and simplification. Something is news or something is fake news. We can't even rely on what we experience as real, as psychological illusions show. Lotto and Perf showed that even blue is not always blue. Imagination, fantasy, and dreams preceded new insights, and wisdom would never come if every step on the road to insight had been fact-checked. On social media, we happily trumpet our thoughts. But if it deviates from mainstream truth or reality, or sounds like a conspiracy theory, rules and regulations force tech companies to isolate us. Paradoxically, it is precisely the strict division of our world in 0 and 1 that makes it extremely sensitive to fake news. So here are the blue that isn't blue. Technology unifies, for example, through smartphones, apps, and social media, on which we present a dream version of ourselves to virtual friends. In the melting pot of the world's omnipresent social media, buying and streaming services, consumers worldwide react the same. Worldwide, we regress to global employees or entrepreneurs, recognizable in more and more countries. Global styles with dominant apps, images, culture, and language. Local cultures and languages get lost every year. With the emergence of the world citizen, man has become standardized by globalized technological machinations. Again, ITL in the loop. As humanity, we have become such a globally oiled machine that we have come to dominate the planet with all the dangers that entail. Mass production and communication technology, copy-paste, produces monocultures. This has led to an increase in overall material wealth, but at the cost of a disrupted global ecosystem and climate. Since 2017, the mass produced by man, steel, plastic, asphalt, etc., weighs more than all organic mass combined, while in 1900 this was only 3%. In 20 years, anthropogenic weight will double again if we continue at the current rate. Certainly, copy-paste has already gained momentum with the rise and spread of printing in the 15th century. But now, with the World Wide Web and social media platforms and giants like Amazon and Alibaba, it seems unstoppable. Yet life itself is also a form of copy-paste. What is good and what is wrong copy-paste? Transformation is a key concept to understand the distinction. Transformation depicts both community and communication. For example, tumor growth, wrong copy-paste, takes place without transformation. Unlike other new cells produced in a body, tumor cells duplicate without taking into account the needs of other cells, let alone adapt to them. Community involves producing according to the needs of the others. Because tumor cells don't, they cause damage. Another example forms the Stalinism regime, a massive top-down imposed control system that does not accommodate to actual needs of local participants. Non-transformational duplication is non-communicative and therefore blind copy-paste. Transformation means diversifying and evolving, adapting and learning by doing, playing or working, from a single start position to millions of actualizations. That's how culture evolves. Through copy-paste that is not blind, but communicative. Everyone produces according to power and receives as required. Human culture is a joint venture. Culture is not an organic whole, but a constantly changing collection of expressions, thoughts, and habits that are nobody's property. It goes wrong when possession is claimed. Back in our complex society, modern reproduction and mass production techniques provide exact copy-paste capabilities that make it easy to claim possession by extracting the transformational or communicative aspects from expressions, making them items in an economy of supply and demand. Petrified items, stripped of friendship ties, literally dehumanly packaged to be able to sell. The identity are by nature the carriers of cultural expressions. People bound together in connections in society has been swept for the label of, for example, the record company that has come to claim the right through mass production. Repetition without transformation, without accounting for new facts, can take many forms, from tumor cells to pumped around conspiracy theories, from mechanized music to even lots of officially recognized news facts. Unfortunately, digitization is hardly anything other than blind copy-paste. In my opinion, we must stand up for our virtues, our positive humanity. And in doing so, we must recognize that not all new smart technology is good. Movement is not the same as progress. We can condemn technology applications just as bad behavior. However, this is not a black and white task. Some technology is positive, such as Wikipedia, which fully meets the definition of community and life and is therefore transformational. Waging war, remoted by breaking into a fighting with a drone or trolling in another continent, is downright bad. But virtually all modern technology is somewhere in between these extremes. Social media, streaming services, etc., can be both bad and good, but very little would remain if by magic, all copy-paste without transformation, the blind replication were to disappear. A huge playing field for authentic human enterprise and imagination would remain outside the loop. At a time when evidence-based practice is preached just about everywhere, it is difficult to argue with this. Yet a distinction must be made between the facts and the argument from which the alleged facts derive their truth. How emerging technologies are received, what the consequences of large-scale implementations are in terms of psychological well-being or sustainability cannot be determined in advance on the basis of facts, simply because there are no facts at the beginning. When the first cars came on the road, there were no or little fatalities, and there was no air pollution yet. There is too much a wait-and-see attitude on the part of governments, policymakers, and also researchers towards emerging technology. They do not seem to want to burn themselves with argumentation until there are enough facts. But then, however, it is often too late. Now, for example, that with the corona pandemic, online meetings have become common, the term Zoom dysmorphia is increasingly appearing in scientific publications. People who have started to detest their own image and as a result start to experience psychological problems and or turn to plastic surgery. Based on argument practice, I wrote 1.5 years ago, while the facts were not yet available at that time, that psychological problems would be a logical consequence of participating in meetings via online platforms, in which people continuously watch their images distorted and experience themselves as both first and second or even third person. However, there was little interest in that. Arguments are often put away in advance as opinions. Finally, my argument about Zoom dysmorphia was published as an opinion in the UK magazine Education Journal. Everything that is not yet based on facts is dismissed as opinions, as fake, and with this big tag is given and takes all the space to experiment freely with emerging technologies in the loop without having to be accountable in advance. In retrospect, if the facts have partly turned against the application, there is no turning back. So there is still no need to account for it. All wash their hands on the matter. My recommendations, please. 1, don't be impressed or even bribed by big tech and science. There's a paradox here. Disruption isn't always cool, but disruption is necessary to save the planet at the same time. Second, in regulation emerging technologies, psychological needs should be taken into account. Human dignity and sustainability first. And third, to an argument-based policy. No evidence without an argument. Disruption is only allowed if it certainly does not harm human dignity and the survival of the planet. So we went from bad to worse with all these disruptive blessings Every new technology would make the dark side of previous technologies disappear. But each time new, larger dark sides appear. Pandora's box is nothing compared to this. While the biodiversity continues to decrease daily and the planet is directly threatened by large-scale human action. It's 2 to 12. Time for a change. Thank you. Ik moet zeggen stop sharing.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Professor Graf, for your wonderful presentation. Actually, you have come up with an entirely new perspective of looking at technology, combining both technology and biology, especially the psychological aspect, which is very much required. After all, whatever technology we develop, this technology should finally serve maintaining harmony in the nature, number one. Number two, helping the people to upgrade their standards of life, all people, all sections in the society. So in that sense, psychological aspect is very much important, because when we speak about technology, we speak about ethics, philosophical aspects sometimes, but little attention has been so far paid to the psychological aspect of technology. So it is a, for me personally, it is a very enlightening speech, lecture. So I hope that all the participants are also agree with me that this from now onwards, whenever we conduct seminars on artificial intelligence, we have to include not only the ethic aspect, but also the psychological aspect also. So in that sense, it is opening somehow a new perspective in understanding holistically the technology use, its implementation, and its management, its governance, etc. So thank you very much for your wonderful enlightening speech. And we hope that we will continue to interact in future also. Thank you, sir. Now,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we will come to the last point of the agenda of this 3-day conference, that is introducing Hyderabad Declaration. As all of you know, that we have asked all the speakers to give 2 recommendations on the which will be included in the Hyderabad Declaration. So now we thank all the speakers for providing their recommendations, which are included in this Hyderabad Declaration. Let me tell you that whatever now we are presenting, it is the first version of the Hyderabad Declaration. We have already shared this declaration with the speakers only, because they have given their recommendations with a request to go through their recommendations and make further changes. And I am happy to inform you that most of the speakers, almost all speakers, have responded with their inputs. And some of the speakers have made even detailed, analysis, once again, detailed analysis of the document, and have given their valuable inputs. So now I request you, what I will do is I will quickly scroll the recommendations to you, so that if we can, in principle, adopt this declaration now in this conference, and after this conference, what we will do is, as it was suggested by most of the participants, that we should have a draft committee to further go through the recommendations and make editing, and if there are any repetitions or any additions or combining some of the recommendations or any repetitions. So all this work will be done by the committee. So please quickly go through these recommendations so that even after the conference, all of you are, all the participants, not only speakers, those who are participating in this conference right now, please give your inputs to this document, because this document will be available on the website. So please go through the document and give your recommendations so that the committee can look into these, whatever recommendations that you will give, and can be incorporated so that we can have final version of the Hyderabad Declaration. So please go through this quickly with the recommendations so that we can you can have a overall look on the recommendations, so that we can, or if you want, you can immediately give your initial response to the Hyderabad Declaration. Then we will adopt it. Please, those who want to speak, you can speak. You can give your opinion. You please raise your hand so that we know we can give you the access. Henry. I hope that, go back. I hope that all of you have had a glance at the Hyderabad Declaration. Hyderabad Declaration. So if you, right now, of course, I can understand that right now for those who did not go through it earlier, it is difficult to give immediately any specific recommendation, any specific session. So what I request you, all of you, is that we will again share with you this document, and because we have your email IDs with us when you have registered. So what we will do is we will send this document to all registered participants, once again for your inputs, so that the committee can adopt this Hyderabad committee can incorporate your recommendations. Okay, so without losing much time, may I treat it as that this Hyderabad Declaration has in principle been adopted by this conference. Is it okay?
Yes, it is okay. It is okay. Thank you, Prabhakar.
Oh, thank you very much.
I sent you some. I already sent you some remarks.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I have seen the remarks. Yeah, just now I got it. Thank you very much for your wonderful work. Thank you. So now,
you're welcome. Thanks.
Now I propose a committee for further drafting of this document. So what I propose that we will take one participant from each IFAP area. So if anyone come forward to draft the document, please come. Otherwise, I will propose for your consideration. If anyone would like to come forward to be the part of the committee, one from one IFAP area.
If needed, I am available. So
what?
If there's no one else from my section, I will be available.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's up to you. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. So from information ethics, we have Professor Alfredo Ranchi. So from information preservation. So then may
you can have me. Hello, Prof.
Yes.
I can take it up if no one else is willing to take it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. Then from information preservation, may I propose Alexei Sakharov as a member of the committee? Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Then from information accessibility. Anyone will come forward? Then I will propose Gallet Wellner as the member. Is it okay? Okay. Then from information literacy, who would like to take up the job?
If nobody is available,
yes, sir.
Come forward.
We cannot hear you, sir. There is an audio problem.
I think he is offering if nobody is there.
Huh?
He is offering himself if nobody is there in that section.
Okay.
That's what I understand.
That's what, Professor Jagtar Singh, you would like to offer your services?
Yeah, if it is acceptable, definitely I would like to contribute.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Then along with Jagtar Singh, may I propose Sami Tai also?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Then we have for multilingualism, I propose Richard Harvey. Is it okay? Yeah. So this is the committee now. Richard Harvey for multilingualism, Gallet Wellner for information accessibility, Jagtar Singh and Sami Taye for IL, then Helen for information preservation, Helen and Alexei Sakharov for information preservation, then Alfredo Ranchi for information ethics, and for information development, I propose Natalia's name from Estonia. Okay. So this is the committee which will draft the document by taking suggestions that have already been given by the speakers and the suggestions that will come up from other participants also, that means non-speakers. So I propose chairman of this committee, Professor Uday Narayan Singh, because he has already done a lot of work in editing the document. So if you all agree, I propose Professor Uday Narayan Singh as chairman of this committee.
Yes, perfectly okay.
Okay, sir. Then thank you very much. Thanks for agreeing. Now I would like to propose vote of thanks. I thank all the speakers, all the chairpersons who has readily accepted our invitation to chair and to present papers. Actually, when we thought of organizing this conference, we wanted this time to have as much as possible new faces, that means new scholars to make their presentations. I think we are very much successful because in this conference, we ourselves as organizers of this conference earlier did not know so many scholars that we have made presentations in this conference. So although this conference, I think, has given a rare and a very good opportunity for all of us to know each other, our areas of research, our areas of interest, areas of activities, so that after this conference, we will work out jointly some activities, how to go further to take forward the IFA priority areas. I would like to also thank all the participants. We are very sorry that we could not give access to most of the participants except speakers due to the paucity of time, number one. Number two, due to the as you know, the technical difficulties in giving access. But all the participants have patiently, I think, heard the presentations made by the eminent scholars in their field, and I hope that all of them have got benefited out of it. And this conference, as I said, has given a very good opportunity for us to get introduced to new scholars, and I can also say that recently we had a very good meeting with Saxon University from Netherlands. So Professor Graf has accepted to give to deliver valedictory address. Thank you, sir. And during the discussion with the Saxon University, they informed me that they have very good research group on artificial intelligence, which is working from social perspective. I think this all of us, this gives a very good opportunity for all of us, for example, to collaborate with Saxon University. Like that, all the universities, all of us who are working in the area of in the area of promoting basically IFAP areas, it has given a very good opportunity. I also thank Professor John Schwartz Taylor for agreeing to deliver keynote address, whom earlier again I did not know. When I wrote to him, he has immediately accepted. So this has given us a very good opportunity for us, for all of us to get introduced to, for example, John. So what I mean to say here, this conference has provided a platform for all of us to get introduced with each other and also to know the areas of research. And I am sure and I assure that we will further proceed, we will plan the activities. So our friendship, academic friendship did not end with this conference. We will continue to have our friendship, academic friendship. We will work out multilateral and bilateral collaborations, and we will see how we will go further. So thank you very much for your presentations and accepting our invitation to participate in this conference. This on behalf of organizers of this conference, I thank all of you for participating in this conference. And secondly, I would like to also thank my organizers, co-organizers itself, because this is the third conference we are doing, and I think whenever we conduct a conference on IFAP areas, this is a rare experiment that we have done, that Brazil, Russia, India, Confederation of Indian Industry and South Africa. Okay, then Confederation of Indian Industry and IFAP program. All of us, we are jointly working. This is the success of this conference is a joint wisdom, joint work, hard work of all the organizers and co-organizers of this conference. And I also thank my office, which has been working very hard to make this conference successful, because whatever the technical work they are doing, whatever the technical support they are providing, I think you might have seen during these 3 days, without any major hitches, the conference went on well. And I thank my office for this. And also, of course, I thank the Honorable Ambassador, UNESCO, for giving message in this conference, and Maria Elsa from UNESCO, Secretary, IFAP, and Dorothy, who has been guiding us on conducting this conference at various points. So I thank all of them. And of course, my Vice Chancellor, who was kind enough to agree to preside over session. And he has been very supportive of bringing IFAP program to India. So I think this is the efforts of all these people is ended with the success of this conference. So thank you very much for everyone. Once again, I thank, but don't leave. Please wait for 2 seconds to see the last 2-second video. So thank you very much. What are these?
I think we can.
Sorry, I cannot offer you the gala dinner, unfortunately. But I hope.
Bye-bye.
I think you should ask everybody to be present.
Yeah.
So that we can take a photograph.
Yeah.
Or take a.
Please switch on your videos. Wait. Yeah, just 1 minute. I forgot that video. Just before closing the conference, sorry, I forgot that we are now proposing. I am happy to inform you that we are proposing a course on digital wellness. Just 2 minutes, you see the video, and then we will disperse.
You can take a snap. You can ask everybody if the camera's on.
Yeah, sorry, 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. What happened?
No, everybody, if cameras are on, you can take a screenshot.
That we will do. Just now, before concluding it, that's what I am saying. Before concluding, before taking the photo, just have a look at the course that we are introducing on digital wellness. Sound is it?
Namaste, this is Anil Rachamala, founder of EndNow Foundation. We exclusively promote internet ethics and digital well-being. The whole idea is to maximize the technology benefits while mitigating the risks and negativity. We have digital well-being course being offered for pre-teens, teens and adults. At the moment, we are talking about teens, which is offered to UG and PG students in the form of a credit course. The objective of this credit course is to kind of spread awareness of the risks and the strategies that we can use to create, to establish a better relationship with the digital technologies that we are accessing. And the outcome of this course is that the portal is very well defined and designed in such a fashion that the students will realize the need of balance with technology in the appropriate of varying requirements. And if you look at this course, this has been drafted in three-pillar approach. One is the digital security, where we talk about tools and technologies. We are talking in larger extent of how the news is being consumed, especially the misinformation and disinformation, how to tackle it. And the next one is privacy and user convenience, which one to choose wiser. So privacy is an important tool for all of us to right now. And the third one, which we talk about in great detail, is about consent, how it is managed and how it should be managed both offline and online, and what are the consequences if it is not properly dealt with. And the second section is digital safety, where we talked about physical and psychological well-being. There we had spent a great amount of detail in talking about cyberbullying, in talking about digital parenting, and also talking about digital detox, where we talked about how to manage the electronic gadgets that everybody starts using it right away right now. And the last one is the digital spirit, where we spoke about legal and ethical issues. In this, we spoke about cyber crimes, how it is affecting especially the women and children. Also a great in detail about various social engineering crimes that are happening. We also spoke in detail about how to manage negativity on online and how to manage your social media handles. Not the least, we've also spoke about how digital technology is impacting human wellness and what is our role in this going forward. This digital well-being credit course, which we are offering right now on the digital well-being platform or the portal of University of Hyderabad, has been dealt with great amount of detail. A lot of deliberation discussions had happened with people from technology, people from civil society, people from academia, people from government, especially the judicial and the police investigation authorities. So whoever is going to do this course is going to benefit larger detail, and as we said in the starting, that it is going to maximize the technology benefits while trying to mitigate the negativity and risk. Thank you. This is Anil Rachamala.
Share this information with you. Now I request all of you to switch on your cameras so that we can have a group photo, online photo. Please. Okay, very. Then Sarah. Please, all of you, Abir, Diana.
Say cheese, everybody.
Huh?
Say cheese, everybody. I'm saying to laugh.
Yeah, we cannot see. I don't know why they are.
Yeah, cheese, I said cheese.
Go. Please. Yeah. Hello, Hero. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, Professor.
Yeah. Helen, where are you?
Sorry, it's very dark at the
I'm sorry, I just wrote a message there. I'm in the dark.
I saw it.
I'm in the dark. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can be on there.
Naresh, Mr. Naresh. Jagtar Singh, Professor Jagtar Singh.
He was just visible and suddenly disappeared.
Yeah. Photo
Yeah, he's there now.
Yeah. Okay, then. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Bye. See you, all of you.
Good night.
Bye. Thank you.